Perfect. Perfect. Fam, I am on a work call. I will be here as soon as I can. Here's the defensive tape to just keep everything sated. We got to go through the offense. I think that's what everybody comes for, right? Is what's going on offense. And y'all, it's ugly. I don't want to I don't want to belabor the issue, but it's some pretty ugly tape. We'll get through it together. It's worth a review anyways, and hey, at least Caleb rallies at the end, which we love to see. But from a coordination perspective, from an execution perspective, pretty much across the offense, it is everything you didn't want to see coming out of the bye week and more. I mean, I I'm just not surprised that the turnout for this one is a little lower so far. We'll get there. But like you guys are saying in the chat, it's hard not to end up really disappointed in what we're seeing from the coaching staff just in a game like this because yeah, you come out of you blow off last year's Detroit game. You blow off last year's Broncos game. You blow off a near miss in Arizona. You blow off I know there's the Cleveland game. You get to this year, you see the Indianapolis game and you blow that off like we already mentioned. And then you get to a game like this, you come out almost completely you come out looking near completely unprepared. We'll get to it, but in my opinion the tape really is that bad. And then when you finally put two and two together and manage to get your shoes tied, then you end up losing the game on a Hail Mary. It's backbreaking if you ask me. But we'll get to all of it. Somebody asked me the first offensive series, was that the fastest delay of game ever? I thought it was a quick whistle. If I'm thinking about the one that you are, I was like, oh, that is tough. Like clock hit zero, bang. That's the delay of game that everybody thinks that they're playing along with. But for now, we'll talk more later. I got to get back to this thing. So I'll close this down and talk to you soon. Bada boom, let's do this. We've got a proper stream that we can get into at this point, which thank goodness for that. All right. So, you guys tell me what you think so far. I mean, it's been funny watching the defense back, right? First of all, look, I don't know whether I don't know whether he's hurt or not, but I am fully comfortable the more of this tape that I'm watching. Ritzy, can you tell? Uh that I'm a software dev. So I sell mortgage and I also like write software, but so both work. Anyways, the more let me just be blunt, okay? So if you know me at all, you know that I am a fan of Tyreek Stevenson. Um, but at the same time, oh John, you mean or you mean JT? Yeah, I saw him try, but he's still got to pass 7.5 hours, John. He has to pass 7.5 hours before he tests me, for crying out loud. Anyways, so if you know me, I'm a fan of Tyreek Stevenson, which is why I figured that I needed to have some kind of Tyreek Stevenson related statement ready. So I do. The more Stevenson I'm watching, the more that it feels to me like he's uncomfortable when he's in free zone space. But I'm sure you guys have seen it. Like Christopher, you mentioned that he's hurt the last couple weeks. Well, he may have been overcoming injury, but we got to judge the tape based on what we see in the tape. And in my opinion, Tyreek has always been fairly, like, he's been playable in zone, but when he's in man, he's really good. With the problem being that the Bears don't run much man, which makes me kind of sad, to be honest, because I feel like he's a very good man corner. And I feel like there's a lot you can work with there. And as long as he's playable in zone, then you get the value out of his man coverage in it, and it works out. In this game, the Commanders tested him in zone a lot. And on a play like we just saw when the Bears rolled from a cover 2 look to a cover 3 look, and Tyreek or when Tyreek, you mentioned man right there, John. I thought that was zone. That looked to me like cover 3. And so it looked to me like Stevenson was playing cover 3 and feeling out a route at the sticks. And then McLaurin just breaks behind him and bails. And it was like, oh, that is awful. And I mean, I get it. Stevenson's hips are just all right. I mean, think Schmitz hips back in the day. So maybe there's hope that he gets better. But Stevenson always, when he was in Miami, was winning in longer routes because he could feel the guy next to him. John, you've been a Bears fan for a while. Think Prince Mukamura, if you can remember that, where, yeah, you're going to deal with some PI penalties, but you can feel the guy breaking. You can feel the guy breaking, and therefore you're able to react a little sooner than guys more like Kyler Gordon, who have the hips to just snap and move. But they're not going to be physical with anybody because they'll get dumped on the ground. But so Khalid mentions when I watch the offense, there's one play coming from our end zone where we're going to die laughing. Dude, Khalid, fam, I'm going to tell you this. Like, if I have like an overarching statement about this game, all right? So real talk here. In the world, all right, so let's start with the optimist take, okay? Like, let me get the optimism out of the way because this is an alcoholic beverage kind of evening for a reason. So the optimist part, it is week 8. The stuff that matters happens later in the season. It's not to say this doesn't matter. It's to say big if, but if they take care of the Cardinals in Phoenix, come back home and beat the Patriots, they'll be the same 6-3 team that we thought they would be going into the season. And that was the optimist take. So if they're 6-3 after the next 2 weeks, again, big if, then you look back at the Commanders game and you say that's a really tough break. But the Bears managed to nearly steal a game, and then they blew it. Moving off the optimist take, we have seen this a lot, where the Bears continue to blow leads in fashions that get harder to watch on the All-22. Like, they're easier to feel better about when you just watched the game. But when you go back and you watch the tape, you're staring at another offense that has no idea what's going on. And I'll warn you, there are some plays where Caleb looks lost, with the worst part being, in the past, we've seen offenses where at least 9 or 10 players were doing the right thing, and sometimes the quarterback had no idea what he was looking at. In this game, guys, the Bears are lucky if they get 8 people on the right page. Like, it is wild, in my opinion, watching this game from the perspective of how badly coordinated I felt like the offense looked. Hey, maybe Shane Walter just got his pants pulled down, right? That's the optimistic slant on maybe what's going on. But also, I thought the offensive line looked like a mess. The quarterback looked jittery. The receivers don't really know where they're supposed to be. Mercedes Lewis can't seem to block anybody. Matt Pryor had his feet stuck in quicksand. Doug Kramer is an automatic L against anybody bigger than him, which is almost any defensive tackle alive. Karana Amigdaji was a automatic L for an entire quarter, which is to be expected in a sense, but at the same time, it's just brutal to watch. Rome still only runs about half his routes correctly. And the sad part is, like, y'all, I'm telling you, I am so, what's the word? What would you call this? Like, gosh, help me put this into a word, right? I'm so between on Rome Odunze. No, maybe the word is passionate, like love-hate relationship kind of thing that I'm trying to get at. Because when Rome does his job, he's the best player on the offense, probably total. I mean, even including Caleb, when he's doing well. Caleb might be better when Caleb does it right, per se. But taking Caleb out, when Rome runs his route well, or at least he knows what he's supposed to be doing, the guy is money. Very, very good. Quick to his spot. Clean feet. Fluid at the catch point. Wily after the catch. Everything you could ask for. And then, on half the snaps, Rome very clearly does not know what he's looking at. Like, not hesitant, Matt. Because here's the problem, okay? When you look at Rome Odunze right now, we are developing a trend. And I know you're not going to like to hear this, but the whole reason you watch this channel is because I'm not just a massive homer. And I'm going to try to tell you at least what I'm seeing on tape. And I'm trying to tell you this to warn you that it's coming so that you know what to expect, right? But with Rome, it's like the trend we're starting to see is, okay, we read man, or we read his own defense, and we run this we run this route like it's man. We just keep running and we run past our point. Or when Rome gets lost on the field in the preseason and ends up catching a ball literally 2 feet out of bounds. Like, you start to see this annoying trend with Rome Odunze where he comes out of his break and he drifts for no good reason against a defense that he shouldn't be drifting against, and Caleb throws to the spot. And then on the next play, Rome sticks at the top of his route, and Caleb throws it expecting him to drift because Caleb's just trying to do it right. And it's like, I'm frustrated on behalf of the quarterback because Caleb's a young quarterback. Frankly, I think in this game, if you want my honest opinion, it's going to sound like Cope, I know. But if you want my honest opinion, I think Caleb's being given too much of the offense to do. Watch Jaden Daniels. Ask yourself how many times Daniels has to control a motion, a full audible, and the pass protection. I love that Caleb is chewing on the entire steak dinner right now, but goodness, make life easy sometimes on your quarterback. You are allowed, as an offensive coordinator, to not run the toughest offense possible with your rookie, and that's only a little bit hyperbolic. And so there's a huge piece of this that I love the fact that they can do, or that they can go through all of these different checks at the line of scrimmage. But at the same time, if the first play call is wrong this often, what are we calling? That we have to kill out of it and full audible that many times. We're not even going kill to the second play, right? We are full audible. We are like hands down, don't snap the ball, shout to the left, shout to the right, shout up front. Are we good on a third of our play calls? And somebody is telling Caleb, probably Shane, that that's what we want to be doing. And I sit here watching a game like this, and it's like, oh my goodness, why is this so hard? Like, Khalid, you mentioned we audible a little too much. It's funny, right? It's hard sometimes for sports fans to live in the world of and, right? Or even in the world of but sometimes. It is a good thing that the Bears rookie signal caller is mentally chewing the entire steak dinner, and any of that dinner is going down his throat. That is a good thing. And also, why is this so hard? Like for why didn't they do any easy button stuff? Why don't they run any RPOs and instead stick exclusively to RSOs? That's instead of run pass options, we're looking at run screen options. When you can tell defenses across from them are getting wise to it. The Bears had a bye week. Dan Quinn's the one who looked like he had it because his defense came out knowing exactly what these guys had. And it's it's frustrating. And like you're saying, John or Joe, I personally so Threezy, you mentioned the motions and audibles simplify your reads. So sometimes they do. But you got to remember that that was logic from 5 years ago. Defenses are getting better at checking into a different look once they see certain motions, or especially if you motion somebody across and then you fully rotate the formation, the defense, you'll see it this evening, just turn around and check into a different defense. And so now you're looking at a different pre snap read altogether, and the motion only loosely helped anything, besides the fact that then, like kind of like John's mentioning, then you stare at the first read, it's Keenan Allen. Dude's only open like 40% of the time. But it's Threezy, at least from what I have seen, a lot of these motion offenses were an easy button in 2019 and 2020. A lot of defenses have come up to come up with counters to that very logic because you can't just give that intel away all the time. So whether that means playing a match zone instead of like a spot drop zone, such that you don't move but you get the effective man, or all kinds of other things, it's like it's all a balance. And so I'm by no means trying to necessarily tell you, Threezy, like it's all on the offensive coordinator here. Now that we've watched a little bit of defense here, we'll like finish this drive or something like that. But you definitely do need counters to the counters. I think I'm just disappointed, to be honest, because watching this offense, you never would have known that they had ever played a good game together. The offensive line in particular plays quite a poor game, but I mean, there's plenty of shared blame to go around. And so if there's somebody that I think on offense deserves a small apology, and now I'm not going to ask for this often, Bears fans, okay? A couple weeks ago, I watched people talk about how one of the worst players on the Bears offense was DeAndre Swift. And I want to be so clear, the dude had earned it a couple weeks ago. In a game like this, he's one of the only players that I think you're going to come away with mostly liking what he brought to the game. You don't even have to like it all. But I would also tell you that I think that I think DeAndre Swift made probably the most impactful play of the Bears season, and it's just a shame. It's not true. I think the Titans is the most important like play of the season thus far, but that 56-yard touchdown run breathed life into a game that was dead, had been dead for at least 15 football minutes, and he did it off of 3 broken tackles. So apparently the dude was just saving up all of his broken tackles to use all at once, and he just goes pop 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 and rips through everybody. David, I thought Darnell Wright played really well, don't get me wrong, but I also think he wasn't. There's a big difference, if you ask me, between a good right tackle performance, which is what Darnell Wright did, and the like Penei Sewell level right tackle performance of just galactusing your offense through problems. Darnell Wright looks good. If you remember when we originally talked about what Darnell was going to bring to the table, the hope was that he would one day become a Pro Bowler. The expectation was that he would be a playable right tackle that was a net benefit to the offense. Right now, that's what he is. The other 4 aren't. Joe, you mentioned, isn't that kind of disappointing? Or when you're drafting him at 10, if you can believe it, Joe, it's actually statistically not disappointing at all. It was 10. You get it. You were right, Joe. You were right the first time. They traded down to 9, but then they traded down again, so they drafted him at 10. Anyways, Joe, if you can believe it, and I would pull up the chart if I had it literally in front of my fingertips. the absurd majority of NFL tackles come from the top 10, top 15 picks. And because of that, that means that it's harder to be above average than you think if you were drafted in the top 10. It's just extremely easy to be much, 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 much worse if you weren't drafted in the top 10. The Cam Robinson types, the guy who just got traded to the Vikings, pretty typical second round pick. Maybe you get another contract. Maybe all you get is franchise tagged, but your fans pretty much turn you into Leno from the moment that you're in town because you're fine. You're not good conventionally, and you don't have more tools than the guy across from you. In Wright's case, the hope is maybe he gets healthy and gets even better, but I can't guarantee that. What I can tell you is right now, Wright looks to me like the only B grade lineman that the Bears have. And Khalid, I'm right there with you, where over, like you're saying, J Mass, we don't know what he's playing through, and we do know he's a gritty son of a gun. And Bob, the trouble with Tevin is obviously that Tevin can't seem to stay healthy. And this org, I'm just telling you what I'm seeing, man. This org does not seem to like Tevin Jenkins. And you don't have to like them for it. You don't have to think they're correct. This org just doesn't seem to like him at all. And I couldn't tell you why. I could just tell you that's what the tea leaves seem to say. Now, man, let's start this offensive journey. And let me get the now discussing updated. We're going to try to run this thing nice and professional, fam. So let's get this rolling. Well, it's funny, right? So somebody says we love Velus Jones, and I'm laughing because of course it's the week that the Bears cut Velus that this happens, right? So maybe Velus was this is a joke directly from my Discord. It's not my joke, right? But maybe Velus Jones was our lightning rod for bad things. The moment he leaves the team, the Bears get struck by lightning. Or maybe that was just his parting gift. But who's to say? All right, so let's get into this tape. I get it. I know nobody wants to, but let's be so real. You got to know what happened here. And I think it's important tape to watch. All right, so first play of the game. First play of the game. This something that I've pulled from, I've heard it from Tim Jenkins, I've heard it from JT O'Sullivan, is taking a look at the first play of the game and looking at the most confident play that your offensive coordinator has in their bag. It does not need to be the most grandiose play ever. It just, you'd expect it to be good. Because if it wasn't good, why would it be the first play you call, right? And what the Bears are running is something they've run all season. And if I can be honest with you, I don't actually know if I've seen him run it well. So this is inside zone with a read option tag and a potential bubble out wide. And I've never seen them throw the bubble. And Williams, I'd say he reads it correctly, that there's enough room to hand this off. And you've got Schmitz slicing across the way. But we leave a guy unblocked and obviously and the moment that you leave somebody unblocked in the center, which might sound like I'm lying, but it's 11 right here. I mean, we're talking play side safety. We're running in this direction. So while, yes, we're taking it and we track up, at the same time, what on earth is going on here? Like, what do we like about this play so much? Do we expect Kmet to pull the guy across to the formation? I can't say I know, because it's just crazy to me that you would look at what is effectively, 7 on 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so instead of trying to duo anybody, which of course we're not going to do, or calling a bona fide pass or all kinds of other things, we're just going to run straight into a -1. And would you believe it? It's the -1 that makes the tackle. Somehow this game plan oscillates back and forth from unbelievably overthought to unbelievably underthought. And then you get plays like this where, look, it's fine, right? But Kmet gets thundered, which is a habit. I like Kmet, okay? I love what Kmet is, but Kmet is turning into the kind of tight end I'm used to, extraordinary receiving threat, and can't block somebody that's any higher than him, and or what that's any heavier than him, and 99 just blasts right through him. 2nd and 9. Don't we love it? This, in my opinion, is one of the stupidest play calls I've seen in a while. And there's obviously a bunch of stupid play calls. But look at the way this is run, right? What is the point of this? I'm being completely honest, okay? So we start in a normal formation, or at least a more normal formation, all right? So think about this in terms of like a poker game. That's the metaphor I want, because I want you to envision that you are the defense, okay? That you're any of these defenders, right? So we're going to motion DJ Moore into the backfield, but we're not going to motion him into the backfield expressly. It may look like he's in the backfield, but remember, DeAndre Swift is in position to take a handoff. DJ Moore is not. You'll see it a little clearer when we look at the other direction, but DJ Moore is lined up like he's trying to leave, right? So then after this motion, which of course draws tons of attention to Moore in particular, we then have Swift come across the formation in motion, which in so doing, you draw everybody over here, right? And of course you're sitting here thinking, well, we could just block the snot out of these guys, but there is no plan for when 90 is in the way. And I kind of don't blame anybody, right? Because DJ's not exactly jetting out of there such that we can loft a pass into a space. 90 being there does not help anything, because if 90 sinks back and picks this off, you're embarrassed. And you should be embarrassed at that point, right? We're giving up immediate pressure because not only did this guy jump the snap pretty well, but he just gets straight through the line. Like, we basically slingshot him into the quarterback, and nobody even looks like they're, I don't want to say nobody looks like they're running all that hard, but like, where's Swift going, dude? Like, I get it, but what's Swift doing? And so I sit here and I'm like, ugh. And I'm right there with somebody said he could float it. But I would tell you that, in my opinion, that's one thing that you're going to see a lot of from Caleb in this game is when the read got muddy, he did not know what he needed to do, right? And in my opinion, that is a coaching problem. It will become a Caleb problem if we continue to see it. And at least so far, we've got mixed results. Over the last couple weeks, even when the read got muddy, Caleb tended to make a play. This looks much more like week one, where, how you doing? What's up? Where when the read got muddy, we didn't know quite what we were doing. And like Bob's saying, I think with experience, you could throw this thing. But because, who is that? Bob. Right. There's no doubt that you can throw this ball. But he doesn't. He's got to. To be honest with you, he's got to get this ball somewhere. I mean, even if it's way over DJ's head, you have to throw this ball somewhere. Taking a sack here is non-functional. So the Bears go 1 yard for their drive starter. Then they take a sack on a design that I think calls all the attention to what is effectively an attempt at misdirection instead of a much more normal screen. Plus, now your young quarterback is already starting to look rattled, which sucks if you ask me. But then, or now we're looking at third and 15. Is this the delay of game? Ref's not going to give me a signal. I thought the delay of game was fast, but boy, that sucks. Like, any quarterback taking a delay of game is the worst. So then, 3rd and 20. At least we get some at-snap motion here. Pretty quick pressure. I think, and I've heard a couple people mention this, that Keenan Allen comes open. So I think you can throw this ball. I basically just loft it. It doesn't even need to be that up and down. Throw it to basically right here. This guy's never going to get back for it. He's got to clear out, which, well, it's Rome. And I only say that because I don't know why on earth Rome is stopping. It's still dagger. So when you're running dagger, you got to clear out. You got to clear out. But anyways, maybe that's not how they teach it. Maybe Rome is just showing that the coaching is worse than I'm giving it credit for, because maybe Rome's following exactly what his coaches want him to do. But you don't tend to see to see a receiver, in my experience, just stop on a post. I mean, we usually at least run that thing through, for crying out loud. But so that gets clogged. We try to make the circus throw to DJ. I don't really know why DJ basically covers himself, which is a separate question, but you would hope that that kind of thing just works itself out with chemistry. And boy, oh boy, it's just bleh. And like you're saying, I mean, maybe Rome's thinking scramble drill. It's totally possible. Does not help anything that Tevin Jenkins allows. It's not even like pressure. It's more like the Bears get stunted, and when they get stunted, 6 wins inside very quickly. So Caleb's got to find a way out. Honestly, does a good job to stay alive in that kind of play, but it's a darn shame that we dropped the ball on a play where we're clearly not on the same page, which I think that's ultimately the worst part to me. Is you can blame Caleb, I don't care. You can blame DJ, I don't care. You can blame Keenan, you can blame Rome, you can blame the line. It does not make a difference to me. All right. I'm going to show you what I think. You can make your own decision on a night like tonight. I appreciate the fact that Caleb can get out of a jam and that he can sense a jam. But it is a bummer seeing that all DJ's got to do is just stop. Just don't move. Don't move. Catch the ball. Be dangerous. And it's possible he gets the first down. I don't think he does, for what it's worth. I honestly think that, first of all, better look at it. Throw this ball pretty much right up the hash, and I think Keenan picks up the first down. So our eyes might be able to get a little bit better. It looks like Caleb is looking there, thinks about it, breaks to open space, draws the man, dumps it off to DJ. It's an okay idea, but it's obviously one that you want to come up with a completion. But moreover, obviously the first 3 plays, the structure gets us nothing. But that's kind of life today. So Bears go motion across the formation. They don't get anything, which shows zone. Because it's zone, I would expect, for what it's worth. So they're running zone with what, I can't remember quite what Keenan's doing, but I think he's going to run an out. Then the Bears tend to pair that with stick, and then they've got Rome running a crosser across the formation. This 1st and 10 on the very next drive, right? So second drive, 3-0. What's going on? So Caleb sees zone. Because he sees zone, he's thinking he'll get the stick. The linebacker thinks so too. You want to watch a guy in you want to watch a defense that knows they're playing a young quarterback. Bears pull Bears pull Keenan Allen, who's unfortunately becoming a tell, if you ask me. It's not even hating, fam. Like, when Keenan Allen's on the field, he tends to get the ball, which for Herbert and other offenses, I guess they must have just hit it better, because everybody in the stadium knows Keenan Allen's getting the ball, and that gives you the ability to basically zero in on where Caleb Williams' eyes are going to be immediately after the snap. And I'm not telling you that. This linebacker is, because he jumps this stick route so early. I mean, that is pick 6. That is one punch man danger, Kanji. That is bad. So good on Caleb for seeing it. When Caleb sees it, he also looks back and he sees that this linebacker has his back turned. So the moment that he gets there, he realizes that I've heard some people say you could go back to commit. Rome's open. Like, Rome is very good, or like in this case. But stop. I mean, every offense that I've ever heard talk about their rules, which granted, I'm talking like 3 offenses, okay? I've seen 3 offenses, and then you generally see it across the league, okay? Zone, sit, man, run. And in that, I see what Caleb is looking at, that if Rome sits here in zone, you get a completion, you get a first down, you've got a yards after catch opportunity. Rome drifts, and the ball goes right to where he was. Do you think Caleb is inaccurate and threw a full 2 shoulder widths behind him? You might. But also, when Caleb loads to throw this, if Rome settles there, That is exactly where the throw is, and leads him just a little away from the linebackers. So you tell me. At least the line does their job on that one. But man, 4 came flying across. Yeah, here's a really good look at it. Tease it up, fire, miss. Second down. For some reason, the first one wasn't enough. We decide that we're going to run the same swing screen again. But now there's a drawing action on it. So Caleb basically takes a look over whether or not these guys are crashing, and if he likes the look, then he can take it up the gut, and he does. Now, if you ask me, okay, quarterback getting involved in look, I'm just gonna say this one time, all right, but I'd be lying to you if I didn't say it, okay? According to Roberts, 4 horsemen of the QB apocalypse, offensive coordinator calling more quarterback run game is one of the 4 horsemen. You can exhibit any of these horsemen as I am ideating it on the spot right now, okay? But it's when you exhibit all 4 of them that you've got serious problems, okay? And one of them is the quarterback getting involved in the run game, because generally that means that you don't have much of a short game. Now, why aren't the Bears running other true RPOs? I don't know. They ran plenty of them. Like the Caleb Williams ran RPO slants, RPO curls, RPO drags, RPO outs. Like he ran plenty of those in college. It's not as if he can't run an RPO. But like you're talking about, who was it? Somebody in the chat just said, if Caleb turns into a runner, I'm gonna be mad. Khalid, exactly. When you start seeing more quarterback run game, then I'm like, it's good as a changeup, but it can't be the offense. So the Bears really seem to like this formation, this like flying V looking wing action, except then they come out of it every single time. And it's this kind of stuff, 3Z, that that in my opinion, I think is just kind of silly. And I get it. I do, that the Bears are trying to force a check. But if you watch the way that this defense responds, watch 4. Watch 4. As the Bears check into an altogether new formation, 4 just turns around and calls an entirely separate defense. So, yes, you force the defense to communicate, which is good, but also there's a lot of moving pieces that we're glad we get a completion here. It's a good one too, but it's yeah, they walk up and listen, LOL. It's a good thing you get a completion on a play like this, but at least in my opinion, you start to see, I think, evidence of basically over design. Now, on this play, this is the old school Keenan Allen option, and I want you to watch what DJ Moore here does, because DJ does a good job. DJ is going to set a pick for Keenan Allen on this option. That's what you should do, baby. Now number 1 is late to get to his spot. Caleb drops it right past the linebacker that's waiting for it. And there you go. What's going on, Gerald? But so, I like that. Good job. Not to mention, now you could argue, and I really don't mind which one you choose, is 4 squeezing this too much to throw? I think, I don't know. I think he is. Like, I think 4's thinking pick 6 again, and that Caleb does a good job of staying tight and getting the ball back to him. One other thing that personally I think is interesting, I've seen 2 quarterbacks now tell me that this little look is Caleb checking a read. I don't know about that. I really don't. Because watching this thing live, let me not slow it down. Maybe I'm just not a quarterback. It's very possible that I'm just not a quarterback, okay? But I don't know if you can actually intake almost any information with a look this fast. I think he's looking off the linebacker. And so when he looks off the linebacker, He's able to get he like the linebacker dives anyways. It's not like the look off really does much, but it's able to generate some or ultimately they generate some space for Keenan Allen to pick up a first down. I mean, I'm talking every single play. You're going to have to you have to skip through 13, 15 seconds. Get to a good look there. So, I do want to talk about the Ben Johnson thing real fast. Here. I'll pause. We can talk through it right here. Yeah, no hate to the Commanders, man. Uh like no sense with it. But so it should be a fun season. So I'm gonna tell you right now, okay? I hope if you're around this channel pretty much ever, I hope you know that I will tell it to you as straight as I can, or at least I'm gonna try. Right? So I talked a lot about how I thought the time to make a change for the Bears coaching was last year. I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you that I'm not on board with changing coaches. I kind of think the Bears just made their bed and are likely going to sleep in it, right? And I'm not saying that to be a bummer. I'm trying to prepare you for what is likely realistic. That unless I actually think it would be very unusual for the Bears to win less than 8 games this season. I mean, the team is at the point where you could argue that they are simultaneously underperforming and also 4-3. Like, in my opinion, when we look at the division, I think it's more than likely that they go 2-4. When we look at the 49ers in Seattle, I think it's more than likely that they split those games. When you look at the next 2 games, I think it's more than likely that they win at least one, and I think there's a solid shot they win a second one. So at least when I look at this, like Cronin J Mass said he's out if he doesn't make the playoffs. I will believe that when George McCaskey is willing to make a bold decision. Because in my entire life, I'm gonna be honest, I have never seen it, man. Like, I'm not even trying to be, I don't know, a doomer or something. I'm just trying to tell you that let me see. They say that all about all the I don't Gerald, who are you arguing with? Are you going full Don Burr? We got a Lions fan that's very Don Burr. Or like his name's Don Burr. He comes in and he basically argues with himself. I thought the Commanders played a good game. Like there's no hate here. Feel free to sit back and enjoy it. I mean, they played a great game. Bears were lost on top of that, but y'all chewed up a bunch of yards. Stuff to do in the red zone, plus a couple of drops, kept points off the board. But I thought, if anything, you guys should have won the game by 2 scores. You didn't need a Hail Mary to do it. And the fact that it got that tight was, in my opinion, a little strange. But so, anyways, somebody mentioned thoughts on the Ben Johnson rumors. I think the Ben Johnson, that's what I'm doing here. That's why we're paused. I think that to be honest with you, I thought Ben Johnson likely wanted the Bears job in the first place. I think that the Bears didn't want to pay 2 head coaches. I think the Bears probably didn't want to pay Ben Johnson's price, and that more than likely, George McCaskey was pretty convinced that Flus was the guy anyways, because I have a feeling Poles has his back. I just don't think it would make sense for both Poles and Kevin Warren to both tell George, I don't want Flus anymore, and then George be like, I'm going to keep him. It's possible, but I doubt it. Somebody vouched for the guy, and I have a feeling it's the GM that's hanging out with him. So, anyways, then from there, when people say, well, what about if they make the change after this year? I think the Bears have to be legitimately disappointing in some form or fashion for that to happen. That may mean a 1-5 or like a 1-5 divisional record. That may mean an 0-6 divisional record. That may mean a 2-6 stretch to finish the season. I'm not asking you and that's the other thing. Like somebody mentioned, Lovie Smith got fired at 10-6. And I'm telling you right now that in my opinion, that's a bad example because the Bears had hired Phil Emery. Phil Emery plainly wanted his own coach, and he was going to fire Lovie Smith for literally any reason possible, so long as it was actionable. And in their case, it was not making the playoffs. That's just not usual. It's much more normal, I think, that maybe we got a conversation. I said it all off season. I thought as long as the Bears won 7 games, Flus is safe. The only reason that I would go back on that statement, I'm going to be honest with you, is because I do think George listens to fan fervor. As much as I know that sounds corny, George McCaskey, I think, listens to the general tenor of the fans, and the fans hate Flus. And the players, I don't even know if they like him. Like the quickness with which not one, not two, not three, but four, um, or four players have come out and in some form or fashion critiqued the coaching over the last 2 days in a game that the Bears lost by a Hail Mary. It is their third loss of the season. I want to remind everybody that all of this is happening with a 4-3 record. This is 0-4 or maybe 1-5 kind of behavior, if you ask me. This is a team with a winning record that, for some reason, at least when you go vibe around the city right now, feels like it's falling apart at the seams. So what's going on? I don't know. I have no idea. I do not know what to tell you. But as much as I think it would be nice, to be honest, like, yeah, would it be nice if the Bears had a top 8 coach, whoever that guy's name is? It'd be amazing, right? Do I know Ben Johnson is certainly an upgrade? No idea. It can always get worse. And I do mean that, right? But you guys know my thoughts on Flus, don't you? Like, yeah, I've talked positively about some of the things he's bringing to the table, but that's because I got to talk about the team. I never really liked the Flus hire in the first place. I've always been talking myself into the Flus hire for as long as I've been covering his tenure. And in a game like this, I mean, like, I get what the defense did, which is great. But at the same time, y'all, it's awesome that you held the best offense in football to 12 points in 59 minutes and 54 seconds. Defend the Hail Mary, man. Like the lack of discipline, the personnel choices, keeping a timeout in the pocket, allowing 15 free yards that set up a Hail Mary. Do I really need to go through the laundry list? I actually think it's not hard, right? Like, it is funny to me that when you look at this ending of the game, it is so easy to point at Matt Eberflus and say, fam, this has to be better. Because it does. I mean, it was a brutal loss. And it was the kind of loss, the worst part, that could have been about all kinds of other things. Like, it could have been that the Commanders just caught all their passes because they dropped 3 or 4 big ones. And in so doing, the game isn't close in the first place. And we just blame Caleb Williams. Like, that'd be normal, right? Wouldn't it have almost been refreshing to pin it on the rookie quarterback? Wouldn't it have almost been refreshing to pin it on the offensive coordinator and the rookie quarterback and 3 linemen getting hurt? Like, it's all like it. That all would have been nicer. Instead, we're talking about a play that I don't believe anybody else has converted this season. Like the 50-yard Giga Bomb Hail Mary. We've seen Rodgers convert, not to win a game, I should say, because we saw Rodgers convert one just a couple weeks ago at half. But I personally am exhausted. Am I allowed to say that? Like, we're going to keep going through the tape. I'm going to take you through it. I'm going to let you know what I think. But this is exhausting because I personally just want a normal football team where I can cheer for them to win on the weekly. And stuff like this makes me look in the mirror and see a version of myself that is not that far behind me, where I wanted the Bears to lose so that certain things would happen. Like, yeah, right, John? Like, it's the worst. It really is the worst kind of game to review, because I do think that there's something to the idea that the Bears were able to keep this one close against absolutely all odds. Somehow the Bears neither turned the ball, like neither collected a turnover, nor really did anything relevant on offense for the first 3 near quarters of the game. And somehow it was within reach enough for them to storm back in the fourth quarter. There is something positive to be said there. To say there isn't is out of your mind. There are a lot of games like the Titans game. Did we watch that one? I bet you didn't, because it's really dull. Like, there are a lot of games out there where the bad team puts up a modest fight early and then just gets boat raced. Like, and so the what we saw in this game would have been a lot more positive had it not ended the way it did, and had that ending not felt like 4 other endings in the last 16 games. I'm completely, that that's the case, right? Don't we agree? It's that this has become common. This is normal. This is what Fluce's teams do. For some reason, they hang out for a long time. They can get back in a game, and then they will find a way to rip your heart out anyways, which to me is bizarre. And I get it. Players got to make plays. I mean, I would tell you that you can call, like, Jibby, to use an example. The play call should have worked. Like, we can say that part out loud, right, gals? Like, the play call should have worked. We're only critiquing the Hail Mary play call, et cetera, et cetera. Like, the personnel on the field, people have brought up some wild stuff because the ball got tipped and it fell right into the hands of a waiting receiver. And that's that. When you lose a game, you overanalyze. But also, most teams just defend it. And it's normal. Why is it this team, this uniform, this coach, where things just consistently seem to go wrong? I don't have a great answer for you. I mean, for hustle intensity, turnovers, and smarts, there are too many moments that lack hustle. There are too many moments that lack intensity. And in this game, there were too many moments that lacked, or where there were basic smarts that the team didn't display. And my guy, number 29, was nasty about it. Like, football smart situations where it's like, what are we doing? Are we practicing? Are we practicing at all? Cole Kmet comes out and says later that the Bears didn't respect practice. And I don't know about you guys, but I sat there and I said, the hits guy let his dogs loaf all throughout practice? What? Like, I mean, it's just weird. and this just bubbles up a what do you call it? Like an emotion that everybody's already feeling, where they were already just kind of compromising with themselves. They were already bargaining that Flus is the head coach in the first place. And for some reason, like, Jibby, you want to know what my worst thing is? Can I be honest? And we are going to get back to the tape, I promise. But Jibby, to use an example, because I know you feel the same way I do about this. If John Harbaugh gives up a 50-yard Hail Mary and makes those decisions, John Harbaugh goes to the stand and says, hey, that's on me. That kind of a game, or that kind of an ending, the boys played too hard for me to put them in a position where that kind of thing or where that result happens. That's a flaw that I'm going to have to take a look at. And it sucks that our boys are going to have to wear it because they fought so hard to get back into this one and keep this one close. It would have been a massive win on the road. And it starts with me. I've got to be better. And that's it, dude. Like, Jibby, so many other franchises, the coach just says the normal coach speaky thing, and he might even be lying. He might get off the stand, walk into the locker room, say, all you guys are awful. What on earth happened? Like, all you guys are terrible. But instead, Flus manages, like, y'all, the part I hate, and I don't even know if this matters. I can tell you with honesty, I don't actually know if this matters. But from a fan experience perspective, Flus has managed to make this a 4 times bigger story than it should have been. Don't you agree? Do we all feel that way? People are still talking about Tyreek Stevenson, about the Hail Mary, about Matt Eberflus. And it could have been a viral moment that went away nearly as soon as Russell Wilson ripped a ball to the sidelines and everybody went, holy smokes, Russ has it. There was another football game afterwards, and it had enough in it to take people's eye off the ball of this. But no, instead of smothering this story with a blanket, they just fanned it out. They have managed to make this as loud as possible. They have managed to make this a story that people are still asking me about. And it's like, what are we doing? And why does this keep happening? Like what was it? Was it after the Saints game? If you remember, where they asked Matt Eberflus, "Hey, could you have done anything differently?" And he went, yeah, he actually came back the day afterwards and said, "Yeah, no, I reviewed the game. I called it a great one." Or no, I don't think he said that. He said in his words, it was, "I actually thought the play caller did a great game. I thought the play caller did a great job, and that's me. I'm that play caller." And I was like, "Dude, what?" Like, I get it. Glow up. I get it. Complaining. Like, I get it. For anybody who came for film review and all you got was another Bears podcast, thank you for bearing with me. But it is wild just watching this team where I know nobody liked him. At least Matt Nagy took bullets. At least Matt Nagy gave you one singular bald man to hate, right? Like Matt Nagy would just stand up there and say, "We got to find the whys," again. And it was the 8th time that he had said that in one season. And all the fans would say, "Gotta find the whys." And fans would say, "Nagy sucks." They would go to his high school football games and they would chant against him. But dude, kudos to Matt Nagy. He never let the players take bullets. Never once. Like, I mean, what the craziest part to me. So Tyreek Stevenson has a terrible game, right? Tyreek Stevenson has a bad game. Bad game. Matt Eberflus gets up, and when they ask about the Hail Mary, he goes, "Yeah, Tyreek Stevenson was supposed to have it." And then Kevin Byard, the safety on the play, gets up minutes afterwards and says, "Yeah, Elijah Hicks was actually supposed to have that, and I was supposed to be the guy jumping, but I got pushed out of the way by Noah Brown." Does that mean the coach bus tossed his corner because he knew the corner was taking heat? Or does that mean that that Byard is trying to cover for his guy and made something up? I don't know. But the incongruency of the story is wild to me. Where I just sit here like, what's happening? I don't get it. I think chances are, for what it's worth, that yeah, Byard was covering for Stevenson. Don't get me wrong. Like, to be completely honest, I think Byard was trying to cover for the guy. But it is still crazy to me that the head coach would just get up there and be like, "No, yeah, have Adam. It's his fault. I didn't do it." Like, what? Am I out of my mind? I just don't hear Mike Tomlin do that. I don't hear Matt LaFleur do that. Like, Matt LaFleur will make generic comments. Matt LaFleur will actually openly insult his team in plenty of cases. So I get it, right? That all different coaches can be negative at this point. But it does awfully feel like maybe the worst part is it feels like you've been here before, right? Like somehow over almost 8 years, nothing changed. But so, anyways, somebody asked, did Stevenson really have a bad game? They asked they asked for Stevenson to play a lot of zone. I just don't think he's very good at it. We can try to watch some defensive tape later. But anyways, so the good news, to be honest with you, so I think Caleb, for what it's worth, we'll watch. You can make your own opinion. But I think Caleb has a bad game, but partially because of the fourth quarter rally and partially because the whole offense looked so disjointed, I do think you can file it under like a normal bad game, right? Yes, a super chat. Sorry. Good point. I didn't know if there was a question in that. So Cody mentioned, I think the frustration is that we already had to talk ourselves into Flus, and he's proven to have consistent issues. He's the Daniel Jones of coaches. Yes, that's a good way to put it. He's the barely acceptable, if just unacceptable, of coaches, right? Like, I do think that there are worse coaches. I'm not even just trying to stand for Flus when I say something like that. But I also think that technically you can do worse. I mean, at least the defense is balling and the player development is solid. I think, for what it's worth, that if the Bears go for it, you want the ultimate optimism take? Okay. Before we get back into tape, this is it. You look at the John Fox model, okay? And John Fox has shown us, because he did it twice, that if somebody rolls in and they basically supercharge your defense with fundies and working hard and culture, that you can pass that off, hire somebody solid on offense, and ride with good offense and good defense until the wheels fall off on the defense. It has happened before. John Fox did it twice. In theory, Matt Eberflus could be the John Fox if the Bears go that direction. But if Jimmy's still in here, etc., I want to warn you guys from getting excited about that too early, because if the team is remotely successful, I don't think they're going to fire Flus. And so you just get John Fox. And maybe that means that the Bears will go to a Super Bowl and lose. I mean, I would take that for what I know that sounds sad. Like, I'd love to win a Super Bowl, but a visit would not be so bad. But I'll catch you soon, Reinhardt. All that to say that it's there's really not that many choices. But so I don't ever want to sound, for what it's worth, fam, like I'm condoning or backing Matt Eberflus. Have I made this clear enough? Right? I don't want to make it sound like I am somehow in full support. I just don't have any control. So I'm going to speak like somebody who has no control and doesn't think the boss is getting fired, right? So I'm that middle manager that's telling you, hey, we all just got to deal with it. we're going to row this boat together. We'll get a couple of attaboys, and you're just going to get the nasty email every once in a while. It is what it is, right? Because if the Bears are successful, and I really think they can be, then because here's the other problem, is you look at the division, and at least in my opinion, the division is looking weaker and weaker, largely due to injuries. Like, when I look at the Packers and I look at the Vikings, losing Darisaw, potentially Jordan Love continuing to be hurt. Now Malik Willis is looking kind of scary, so there's that. But then Jair Alexander missing serious time. Like, the play field is leveling as the season goes on, which is a very weird thing to say because it's not like the Bears are doing anything. But it's, anyways, like you're saying, I agree, David, where I think Flus has to finish outright badly down the stretch. Man, Matt, that is heinous. So anyways, Bears take a penalty. I can't remember what it is. I don't care to know. They run a draw. I'm always going to clap for the draw. I am a simple man. You run a draw play in 2024, I clap. Bears get a solid block up front. Tevin Jenkins and Coleman Shelton going to work. Does somebody miss a block? Nah. 64 is just kind of there. Such is the nature of the draw play. And the Bears get to second and 11. Dr. Truth, I just don't think Cam Robinson's very good. Oh, is this one? It is. So, Bears audible. And can you tell what the Bears are doing? Because I bet you can, if you really think about it, right? Like, you know all the plays. If you're watching this, out of the 127 people watching, I would guess 20 people have watched the game at least already. And then another 100 of you haven't, and you're watching it with me. But you did watch the original broadcast game. So I bet you could tell me which play this is just by the formation, with the problem being that that's the issue, right? I would hope the Bears aren't so formation friendly in terms of what they're doing that you too can solve what they're doing on offense, and frankly, what the Commanders aren't scared of, right? This is where that RPO slant, or maybe two of them, would come in handy, because you've got all kinds of space right here as the Commanders are trying to gum up a bunch of run gaps while also taking away what we end up seeing right here. This is the flip out. And I don't know what you think. When I look at this and I try to envision myself as Caleb Williams, okay? We'll even play it out in slow motion. I don't see this as a friendly throw. Like, the corner is breaking, and you have to trust DJ Moore that he's going to hit this block. And if DJ hits this block, which, he kind of does, but you're still looking at a black jersey that's still got his feet. And if he recovers, when you flip that ball out, he's picking you off. He might still pick you off. I mean, maybe he wouldn't. Maybe it's a big hitter. Everybody has highlighted that on a frame like this, you hit this, you go up the field. But at the same time, we just took a sack. And look at this. We are getting punched straight up the gut, right? So we just took a sack on a screen where we hesitated too long. The Commanders have no questions about what this is. You know the worst part is? He's barely looking at Keenan. He looks to me like he's looking at Caleb. So they're hunting. Oof. Feels like they lived inside of the playbook, and Caleb didn't know how to handle disaster. Like, I guess it's good that we throw it away, but let's be so real here. It's an RPO on a play like this. So if we hand it off to Swift, I mean, maybe he just gets mashed by 64. Anything's possible. But when we throw it away on a play like this, that's the worst case scenario. Outside of an outright sack, which would be how on earth did this happen level. This is a quick game ball and you get a throwaway. This can't happen. I feel like on this channel, it's really important that we critique fairly, especially if almost any of it is going to be pro quarterback. And if that's the case, we got to be honest. When you go into an RPO, nearly no matter what the defense does, like, yes, the scheme needs to be better, but also when the quarterback's the one with the ball and you have to make a decision, the decision to abort the play outright is the worst option that is not an utter disaster. Sean, I think it's a throwaway. I think it's way too high for it to not be a throwaway. But if you missed, that doesn't make me feel better, because then on the next play, this is nasty. Like, this is another one of these, right? Where, so it is 3rd and 10, right? 3rd and 10. We got to be able to talk with and. We said that earlier. And this play call does not have a lot of options on 3rd and 10. It looks to me like the Bears are running drive. And then they're running it with a sail-looking combination over here. But so it looks to me like they're high-lowing at this point. Or they're high-lowing, and this throw ends up going to Everett. And I'm sure they're thinking field goal. Like, you could make the argument that what this really is trying to set up a manageable field goal where you catch the ball here, you go out of bounds here, and then you kick, if Santos can hit from, what is that? What would that be like? So that'd be the 37 plus like 15. Can he kick from 52? You tell me. But so, anyways, then we miss. Like, that throws way off. So the play call feels kind of mediocre to me. And then, as far as what Caleb does with the football, it doesn't feel like we get our front foot set. But, like, I love the Kmet catches that one. Like, the hating on Everett. Boy, that's tough, fam. A truly new poster. It feels that way, where Caleb managed to rookie so hard right on the fringe every single play that he was able to. Peyton, it doesn't feel like to me there was a chance for a first down. So are they settling for a field goal? You tell me. But so 52 Santos is long. Tough. Bears go toss crack, and Darno Wright just gets lost. I mean, maybe Darnell Wright is thinking eyes on the safety the entire time, but we've got an unblocked man out here. If we hit him, Swift may pop through. Hard to get a feel for it. It's still a relatively successful first down run, so we'll breeze past that because we just don't have the time. I would like to sleep tonight at some point. But tough scene, if you ask me. Like, we just look lost. I don't know what Wright is looking at. You tell me what he's looking at. He looks like he's looking in this direction, and we just don't have a good idea of who to block. And then somebody steps right past us and makes a tackle. The team looks lost. 2nd and 5. Full audible off of Washington's pretty much base look. Like a 4-3 with 2 down, 2 up is what they presented all game long. It's what's all over their tape. They go wide zone to the left. How does 20 get there? Does 20 just come out of the skybox completely unblocked? Yeah, that's exactly what happens. So apparently nobody has a plan to block him. Either that or it's supposed to be DJ Moore. Let's take a look. I think DJ... I think DJ... You tell me. Watching DJ's eyes tells me DJ is supposed to block the most dangerous of these two and picks the wrong guy. Because then he plants and realizes what's coming, and by the time he actually gets there, it's over. I mean, if you're going to run, when you run the ball, got to have everybody on the same page. To me, Jibby, that's the problem, right? Like, you talk about unpreparedness. What bothers me is that I would love to sit here, because you're going to see it, and tell you, oh man, everything's open. Caleb's just missing plays. Because we've seen that. Over history, we have seen that. But in this game, it's like, everything's off. Everything's off. What on earth is going on? Because everything's off. Like, this is another one of those kinds of games where you'd expect the quarterback to say, what the F are we doing? And he'd be right. Like on this play, for instance. So, this bugs me. Gonna be honest with you. So, the Bears are gonna motion Keenan Allen across. And number 1 comes with him. Gonna pause. Gonna ask the chat, what does that mean? Number 1 is following Keenan Allen to his spot. What kind of coverage are you getting? 3Z talked about motion being a positive cuer. This is good. Like, when you run this kind of motion, this close to the snap, you're going to get a good tell. Thank you, chat. It's man defense. Okay, so here's my question. Should a team spending $23 million on a receiver, $24 million on another receiver, and the number 9 overall pick on a receiver be able to separate against dadgum man coverage? I want you to answer that before you watch the play. And now that you've come up with your answer, I want you to watch how nobody does. Keenan Allen's running an option route, and he gets strapped. And Roma Dunze is going to generate some separation, but our running back's getting mashed. So it doesn't really matter. And then DJ Moore and Cole Kmet decide, well, why pick a defender when we can just pick each other? Boom. So they're not open, meaning that Caleb Williams needs to go run to the white line. And he loses track, I guess, of which white line he's going for, and he doesn't head first dive, which is just... Caleb can do a better job. Like, we got to be able to pick this up. Also, I think we could do a better job against the blitzer. Because if this was a blitz, or if this was TJ Edwards, I'd be telling you about how sick a blitz it is. Like, bang! Just, I mean, I guess you could call it a lowercase L, because at least he didn't let the guy straight through. But holy smokes! Oh my gosh! Does Roshan get annihilated on a play like this? Oh, and just in case You didn't have enough people to get mad at? Okay, so you got a corner. And he comes over right here. Rome, pick him. Rome runs straight up, and all we gotta do is run into this guy. And we have a free first down. Maybe that's what Keenan's expecting. Maybe maybe you can give Keenan some credit because he's anticipating a pick. But Rome actually releases to the outside like he's trying not to pick him. Almost like he's being a sportsman in that kind of sense. So then, when Rome breaks, there's just not even really pretend the pocket's perfect, which it isn't. Is there a throwing lane to Rome at that point? Or is one in the way? Well, chances are with some touch, you could probably get it there. But if you ask me, the spacing on this is a mess. Because at least when I look at it, you've got two guys that are out of phase. You want this guy, in my opinion, to break sooner. That way it doesn't have his defender in the play, and you have a clean lane to the outside, or you have a clean lane to the inside. Instead, you have a pretty messy lane to the outside. You've obviously got problems in the pocket. And it's just, so Jibby, where I think New Poster is right, in my opinion, is because New Poster, I'm actually with you on this. Rome's feet look so good. Rome's technique within his routes looks so good. I feel like he is playing a solo game in a team sport right now. That's not me trying to call him selfish. It's me trying to say Rome focuses on running a really good out route, and I actually think that's a pretty good out route. Take a breath before you hate too much on Rome. I know you're not doing that, but let me be dramatic, okay? And watch Rome from the perspective of watching him run an out route, okay? We get physical into our corner, stamp hard, create separation. That's what you want. When you drafted Rome Odunze at number 9, you wanted a route that looks just like that. The problem is that on this play, he's not just running an out route. He's setting a pick and also running an out route. And so he doesn't set the pick in that case. This is the team game part of football, and neither he nor, frankly, Kmet or DJ Moore managed to pull off their responsibilities at all. Then we can't hit a block. Then our quarterback loses track of where the first down is. It's a mess. It's a total mess. And everybody can talk about the bye week. I don't care. Even if this was on a short week, it's too messy. You guys watched as much football as I did. It's way too messy. It's way too messy. You could have no games of practice. You could have none. And it shouldn't be this messy. So then they go, what is this, 1st and 10? They go handoff, and honestly, the Bears' run game is actually kind of fun. Gonna be honest. It's so funny, CJ. You talk about the lack of Rojo carries. I mean, I thought Swift did solid when he got handed the ball. Sure, you got to skip through the mandatory checks, but here's a decent little run play. Everybody mostly does their job. Braxton gets to his spot. Yeah, Kevin, it is. This is that kind of game. 2nd and 4. Mercedes Lewis motions over to the right. Rojo targets DJ. I got nothing for you because I think that kind of thing works. This to me is a very funny run, to be honest. So when I watch this, here, let me show it to you from the back end, and then we can take a look. So Judah, I know you're a fairly emotional fan because we've interacted before. So personally, I thought that the Commanders should have blown the Bears out. I mean, you mentioned that we should have blown the Commanders out. I don't think the Bears played well enough. I don't think anybody did. I've watched plenty of games where the Bears were the better team, sans the quarterback. It's never that simple, but plenty of games where that's more the case than you want it to be. In this game, I thought that the quarterback was symptomatic of the rest of the Bears offense. He wasn't better. He did not lead them until the 4th quarter, but he didn't play worse than the rest of the offense either, in my opinion. It's in my opinion, take it or leave it. It's a horrible day for the offense. But so, anyways, That was a messy game, new poster. What's funny to me is that I think Swift actually has this up the gut if he wants it. Remember, 2nd and 4. So 2nd and 4. And for, I don't want to say nearly no reason, but we just veer into open space because we kind of feel like it. Like, we actually get one of the best double blocks that we've had all game. Look at this. Like, here's a solid little spot. But then Swift veers outside, breaks a tackle, and just, picks up 5 yards anyways. You do you, Swift. You do you. It's tough, right? So I'm sure you guys all saw it. Anthony Richardson got benched, this week. It's tough. The rookie contract clock ticks down for everybody. These are the kinds of games that need to happen when you're a rookie. And even then, the Bears were a Hail Mary away from winning, lest we forget. And then nobody would be saying, put in Tyson Bagent. They'd be saying, whew, we got away with one. But they wouldn't be saying that because you would be talking about how Caleb, despite a bizarre automatic turnover, put the offense into position to change the fortune of the game. Like, for instance, the other, I think, at least, weird thing about the Bears, you could argue that both teams had, I don't know if you guys are going to agree with this. Actually, I don't even know if I agree with this. So let me just throw it at you, okay? How many points do you think the Commanders' drops, et cetera, were worth? Because the Bears giving away 7 points with the Kramer handoff adds up to a similar amount of bad breaks as a first down here, a first down there, and a couple of the other, I think, legitimate mistakes that the Commanders made. And I'm not trying necessarily to justify this one, but there is one play I won't let you have, and that's that I think Tyreek Stevenson, pretty much the only real positive play that he made, was punching the ball out of Zach Ertz's hands. And that one, I think, was legitimate defense. So I won't let you take that out. But when you look at that effectively ends you with the Bears rallying for 3 touchdown drives, one that's all Swift. So it's not as if that one's Caleb, but Caleb helps lead the other, or the drive after that, and then the response drive after that. So you get some minor positives in a really bad game. But like that's I think, Jimmy, the good way to put it. It's like Caleb's performance was not acceptable. Is a whole unit failure in this one. Much more so, I think, than like week 1 or something like that. But so, let me see. New poster. Can we all agree the end zone completion rules are stupid, though? You basically have to move into the end zone and get your mail forwarded to get a catch. Oh, are you saying it's too hard, new poster? See, I think it's too easy to have a catch in the end zone. But I hear you. Let's see. Honestly, Jibby, I think or not Jibby, Judah, I think the Notre Dame tape looks great. I know you're going to disagree, but I've got a whole stream on it. I think Caleb has so many positive plays in that Notre Dame game, and also 2 idiotic ones and 1 relatively unlucky one. Point is, it's not a good game in terms of result, but I think there's a lot of things to look at that are going to, let me put it this way, Judah. Going to be real with you, okay? Going to be very blunt. I'm trying to tell you that I think you're overreacting. And I think anybody who's actually calling for Bagent knows they're overreacting. And that when you come back and tell me that you think Caleb Williams is underrated in a few years because he's only considered the 6th best quarterback in the NFL, I'm going to tell you that there was a day where you wanted to put in Bagent and the earmarks of what is probably coming were still all over his film. And at that point, you told me I was out of my mind and to stop with the excuses. I'm telling you what's on the tape. And the traits that I see on the tape, they're still liquid. We're still hardening. But when they harden, you're going to look at a lot of really good football games. A lot of what he's doing, the way he's operating from the pocket, leaves me quite positive. But we are spraying way too much right now. So, at that point, let's see. We're told Caleb Williams is Jesus. It's like, I tried not to tell you that. I tried to tell you rookies are going to rookie. Man, plays like this suck. Look at this. So we got double posts right here. And then, like, I don't know if it's a slant or a dig. It doesn't really matter. And then we're getting out to the flat. So ideally, both posts are clearing for the over route. That's what the concept is. This is also a longer concept because you know it's going to take time to resolve. You're expecting to get that throw right about now. What's going on? We're already sacked. So that's fun. We get beat on a slant. We get wrapped up immediately. Fat L. Tears in my eyes, J Mass, exactly. This is tough. Look at this. Okay. Watch Pryor, watch Darnell Wright. I think it's more of a Pryor problem. Pryor gets beat so cleanly that he forces Darnell Wright to outright hold the guy, and then Pryor turns his back and tries to like shoulder out 96, which is never going to work ever. It's terrible. Watch it from this angle. I mean, we run right by him. It's tough. Do you mean right there, Taco? Because I agree with you about Rome being open. But do you mean there? Because, like, watching Rome, he didn't turn his head around until we are sacked. I am all for the quarterback not being the savior. Like, we got to evaluate these guys even keeled. Rome's not even looking for the ball until we get to there. And at that point, the play is over. But Rome gets open, so that's good. It's fun watching him run. Seriously, Brandon, the crazy part is that the only, I don't want to say the only unit worse than the Commanders is like Arizona. But right now, the Bears are one of those teams where they're so bad up front that you can't actually decide whether or not they have an offensive line advantage over the defensive line, no matter who the defensive line is. So, in my opinion, Taco, going all the way back, I hear you on anticipation throw. I think it's important to mention these kinds of things. If you were to try to throw it to a guy right here, you would have to put so much loft on it that I believe 13 would put his feet in the ground and break back. So there's a timing to this where you're expecting to throw right about here. Like at this point, you're loading, you're throwing, and then Rome runs into space. You can only anticipate so much. Sometimes it happens. Then what down the distance are we? Imagine if they had a chance to fix the OL. That's hilarious. So then at this point, in my opinion, Caleb starts to just, I never want to say see ghosts, but I think at this point he's way too juiced up. Because at least when I watched this play, I remember who it was. So it looks to me like the throw in the flat is wide open. So what's the play call? You've seen it before. In Madden, they call it corner strike. And this is basically what they're running with 2 chips to the flat, 2 corner routes, and we've got Rome open, we've got DJ open, and we've got our running back kind of getting bodied in the middle of the play. But so Caleb takes the snap, and he looks up at Rome, and I don't think that's open yet. Plus, I think that this corner is dropping back on it. But we can dump this ball to Kmet. It's second down, and live to see another down. Instead, you end up with Caleb then looking back at Keenan Allen, and I really don't know why he doesn't throw this ball at that point, because Keenan's got enough space where if you don't want to run the football, well, then don't. Maybe Caleb feels that the defense is starting to rotate that way. I don't have a good answer here, okay? It looks to me like Caleb just gets frazzled. And then he runs ball, ends up with a solid little gain because he's athletic. But from a quarterbacking perspective, I think that both checkdowns end up decent bets. And that what ultimately happens is that Caleb is so, I don't want to say nervous because that's not really the right word, but 54 gets so in his face right here. And Swift does a decent job with it. Like, at least compared to the Roshan Johnson block, I think that's about all you can ask for from your running back. Like, that's a pretty feisty block. And Caleb tries to make DeAndre Swift right, but in so doing, I think he runs himself out of the structure of the play, and the timing's way off. Oh, let's go here. You tell me. Now, is there an element of the protection identification that you'd love to see better, given that Matt Pryor just works his way this way? You tell me. Like, they drop somebody off, so now you end up you end up counting Keenan Allen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on 2, which you never want, given that there's a true one-on-one right here. So that's no help. But given the one-on-one down the pipe block, I actually think Swift does a pretty good job. Like, for a speed back, you tell me. You tell me, everybody. But for a speed back in an Oklahoma drill setting, that's actually pretty solid. Especially the part, I think, where he stays in it and ends up getting him out of the play. You just don't want to deal with this. Like, it's a good block. You really don't want to let that blitz go if you can. And you gotta, I think, be composed enough to get the ball to the check down. And Caleb's feeling everything from playing in front of his home crowd to the game getting away from them after the bye. It's nice that he's elusive, but I'm not trying to bet my draft eval on Caleb Williams' ability to run the football. So I don't know. Call me crazy, but I am going to discount his athleticism insofar as it's not the design of the play. You get credit for running the ball against man. When you're running it against zone because you don't know what you're doing, you don't get as much credit. So then, Bears run the ball. They do it out of that 4-wing formation, which they then, of course, change to. And do you notice this? The middle linebacker makes the play, and absolutely nobody blocks him. Is that because Swift has got to go up the gut? Is that because Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze aren't supposed to block the same guy? You tell me. I don't know. I don't know how they're coaching this. But if I told you, like if we were watching a play on defense, and I told you that Tremaine Edmonds just got to attack the lane and hit the running back, would you call that good defense? Or would you say, sheesh, who's supposed to block him? Because I lean the latter. It doesn't help that Cole Kmet lets 4 across his face before gets a running start because it looks at least like the Commanders have the cadence. Smile a bit when you ask, why doesn't Waldron call an up-tempo offense to start the game? I don't know. Bears go 4th and 1. I swear, this formation with this kind of play, I don't want to say the whole world knows what's coming, but the Bears have shown this one too many times, if you ask me. And if you're going to make a play like this, I think you can get DJ wider to force the corner to widen so that the corner can't at least play like he's going to be in the run fit. But you end up, I believe this corner baits Caleb Williams because he takes a step forward. The dude is so ready. I mean, feel this thing out. Snap to throw. I mean, it'd be even cooler if DJ could get out of it anyways. But I'm not blaming DJ. I've critiqued DJ enough. This is not something that I think he does wrong. And it's a new poster. You mentioned bad luck. I think it's bait personally, but I also think that you've got, what is it? You've got like Caleb Williams. He's a rookie, and you're going to have moments where you get baited, and that's okay. Christopher mentions I was crying for a timeout. Maybe a timeout would have helped. But also, here's the bad part. So it's an RPO, right? Or I guess you could call it an RSO. And so that means that we've got a run option. Well, what if you handed it off? I'll tell you what would happen. You wouldn't get it anyways. Swift comes out for the running back, or Swift comes out for the handoff on this side of the ball, and I don't even know if he would have gotten it. Like, Six may have hit Caleb at that point. Taco, is Waldron getting predictable? Well, a game like this sure felt like it, didn't it? Man, Six just pops through. So one thing that I have seen, Taco, oh, that is Rojo. Thank you, ZTF. But so one thing that I have seen, especially when it comes to rookie QBs, is when they're on the road. So it's specifically the road. They can have snap count issues. So whether it's the silent count or whether you're actually calling it out, I've seen some rookies struggle to marry up the snap count, and you end up with a defense that is charged up. I mean, these guys are firing off the snap for what it's worth. So I don't know if the defense has the count or not, but it didn't look like Mercedes did, because in the world of who moves first, man, Six is way past Mercedes before he ever gets there. And I'm not telling you that offense on the road is easy. This is part of why home field advantage is a thing, even if it doesn't mean what it used to. But I am telling you, the goal is never to just be late. Q, do you know what it is, or do you think that somebody's just giving it away? So for what it's worth, Q, I still remember back in the day, and you can ask Bill Zimmerman about this, and maybe Lester, because I think I asked them, Quentin. This was back in the day, okay? You follow? I remember texting somebody, hey, is it normal for Jermaine, or for a lineman, to have his hands on his knees on passing reps and his hands on the ground in running reps? Because Rashad Coward is doing that, and it's really consistent. Is that a tell? And then 4 weeks later, Olin Kreutz comes out and says, the Bears had a tell on offense. You couldn't play Rashad Coward. He was tattling on what the offense was going to do. And I remember being so pissed that I didn't at least put that out, because all I did was just message Bill and Lester, because they'd played offensive line back in the day. I'm telling this story because if you can find a tell, then so can they, is what I'm finding out, right? If you know what it is, then so might the defense. Yeah, truly, new poster. You couldn't play for any number of reasons. So it looks like a grandiose kill into duo into nobody blocks the defensive tackle. These are my favorite kinds of duo blocks, right? It's start with a double team and then lose him. Tough. CJ, which tell? Or do you think he has a tell on his silent count? But so Matt Pryor loses the block. Deron Payne makes the run stop, and we're staring at another 2nd and 8. We go with one of the most common formations I've seen. Bears 12 personnel. They go play action. The play is an absolute mess. Caleb gets smoked. This is a tough one. Is 95 Newton? Oh, was 95 Johnny Newton? Man, go for it, dude. So, you tell me, open or not, I think you can throw this. I don't know quite what Caleb is waiting for. I also really hate the action of it. This is a play action snap, and they're going to pull Jenkins within the pass protection. Like, they've got Jenkins flying over here to block somebody. And I only mention that because usually when you're going to do that on the offensive line, I generally see the quarterbacks fake the handoff a lot harder. I also don't normally see this out of the gun. Like, normally I don't see pull, play action, pass from the gun. It's normally under center so that you can big fake the handoff and really sell the run play. So I think Caleb does a pretty milquetoast job of offering the ball. And then when this corner drives on it, I mean, look, I'll let a quarterback coach, because I am not one, tell you what's supposed to happen. But this feels to me like you got to throw the ball. I mean, even if you're going to try to throw it to a safe spot and let DJ contest it for you, the moment you don't throw that, I mean, I guess it's nice that he's working his way back across the formation, but then we end up moved off our spot. And is that Everett running the backside? It is, isn't it? That's. Oh, we've really got Gerald Everett doing that. If I sound bummed out, I am. Like, I guess it's fine that we've got Cole Kmet coming up, but you end up with a one-on-one opportunity on the backside for Gerald Everett to win this, and he's fine. By the time we get there, Newton's penning the line of scrimmage, so Caleb gets wonky with it, tries to fake out the guy. I think Caleb is wanting completions that are a little too open in this moment. Like, I think that there's a Sunday open throw you can make, whether it's Caleb throwing it to Cole Kmet, Caleb throwing it to Gerald Everett, Caleb pushing it to DJ Moore. It's easy to say with a clicker, though, because at least what I'm seeing, I'm sure you guys are too, when Caleb gets pressured so far in his career, especially when Caleb gets pressured very early, he tends to start working too hard, in my opinion, on avoiding sacks and not playing within rhythm. I think that's something you can smooth out with experience. But right now, if you can heat him up, he'll pull a ball down and then he'll scramble and he'll look to throw it again. Like you're saying, new poster, as do all quarterbacks. And then you get to play like this. Like, why am I positive? Why am I not full Ghost of Tribe Judah, right? It's because then you get to play like this where the Commanders show blitz. They show blitz very plainly, right? And the Bears pick it up. Massive kudos to the Bears. Caleb hangs in a pocket with guys falling all over his feet and flicks the ball out to Rome, who gets absolutely wide open. Like, this is great. Watch Rome on this. In, back out. Beautiful route. I'm in a really nasty route. And I really believe that's good pocket presence by Caleb Williams, because I've seen a lot of quarterbacks that would get really panicky, but he hangs in, he knows he's safe, and he puts the ball in a good spot. When Caleb knows what he's doing right now in the NFL, I think he looks great. He's got to be able to adjust to plan B a little better. But that's rookie as rookie gets, if you ask me. Maybe that'll be sure, or maybe that'll somehow get shown to not be a thing. Maybe Caleb Williams ends up being just okay. Maybe Caleb Williams ends up being outright bad. But for me, Jibby, like you're saying, it's not that the throw is difficult. I think that there is a lot of positive to be drawn from Caleb understanding the blitz is coming, not being shocked when the blitz comes, and understanding he's going to have to make a throw from congestion. Rome does a great job getting open, but you got to remember, Jib, and I really mean this, the goal of Ryan Poles is to get him a receiver that is that open as often as possible. Jared Goff, for instance, is playing in an offense. It's not that easy. Don't let me oversell it. It's more to say that Ben Johnson can break a lot of things pretty open. Your quarterback's still got to be tough enough to hang in tough pockets and find those seams. This is a game where, especially in the first half, you're drawing out as many positives as you can from Caleb Williams. It was not a good, it's not a well-baked cake just yet. But I always thought it was going to take a minute. And when I thought it was going to take a minute, this is what I thought would happen. I kept telling you guys that it could be week 10 to week 12 before this thing really clicked. And we'll see what that means, because I don't think at the time when I said 8 to 10 weeks that I realized that that meant pretty much right on time with the Packers defense. So we'll see. Hopefully my whole life, the Packers have just embarrassed the Bears. So we'll get there when we get there. But it's a tough one. They run DJ, they got something. They run up the middle, they got something. Let me see, what are they running here? It's like duo with a slice back. Swift actually does a good job here, if you ask me. So, I got to tell you, I know not everybody's a massive fan of the guy, necessarily. At least a lot of the people I've talked to don't seem to love Kurt Warner. I think Kurt had this nailed. And I didn't think Kurt had this nailed, like coming out of the draft, but I think he was right. to be honest with you. Um, so what Kurt Warner talked about was you got Caleb Williams, right? Caleb's 22. You got Jaden Daniels. He was 23. I literally don't know if he's 24 or not. It doesn't really matter, right? You had this one who played 4 years in college. You had this one who played 5. Okay. Uh, you obviously know this. What Kurt mentioned was between the two, he believed that Jaden was the better player for now. He believes that if you were going to draft Caleb number 1, you thought he would be the better player. Oh, you're right. It is just 3 years, isn't it? That he would be the better player eventually. So far, that has looked to be the case. Jaden basically came from LSU, and he's been running fundamentally the same offense that he ran for LSU. He's looked really good. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I think that Jaden has looked polished. He's looked ready. He's translated really wonderfully. I mean, Jaden Daniels has looked awesome. To say anything less, I think it's just to be mass fader. I think Caleb was always going to have to put together the pieces of what was and wasn't going to work in the Pac-12. And like we've seen in games like Carolina and the Jaguars, when he's getting a certain element of support and the defenses are bad, he looks like he's playing against Pac-12. He looks like he can do just about anything. When he plays against defenses that have a lot of answers and life is a lot harder, he looks like a very different player right now. That's the rookie journey. And I think that's okay. I mean, Kurt, in this same idea, you listen to him on 670, you listen to him on Study Ball, he thinks Caleb's going to be just fine. And that he is, if anything, impressed with how quickly his eyes is the way he describes it, are coming along in the NFL game. So if you want Kurt's take, he thinks Jaden Daniels has looked phenomenal and that Caleb Williams looks very good. So, I mean, I understand that you may want the best one. And who's to say who's going to be better? I really don't know. But it's more to say, I think that's the measured take. That if you're looking at both of these guys, that Caleb truly was never drafted to be the best one out of the gate. You would have loved for that to be the case. And I would have thought that would have been the case because I was relatively low on Daniels. But that's not been what's happened. And I would hope that the Bears evaluators also went through this calculus. I guess I don't know. But more wanted to just share that opinion because I thought it was really good. I thought that take, remembering it from draft season, when Kurt said that about Caleb at the time, I thought he was out of his mind. I was like, I do not think Caleb's going to be the best out of the gate. Hasn't been. Look at Rome. This is the part of Rome's game, not just yak, but like the athleticism, right? Like, look at this. I really mean it. I don't think when we drafted the 6'4", 210 guy, people thought that he could make this kind of noise in space, which is great. I mean, truly, Brandon, he must be thrilled. Is it Quran? Are you kidding me? It's 96 that makes the play. Oh, Q. That is tough. I hadn't thought about that at all. Man, that's a tough one. Because I think 0 still catches him, but you probably get another bunch. Then the Bears split it out. Let me remind myself. So this is a much more standard out combination that I've seen, where you've got out route breaking right about now, you've got another out route breaking right here, and then you've got a blitz that gets straight through the B gap, which is never really what you want, especially with Tevin Jenkins fading to his right. So you end up with a 4-on-3 over here, a 1-on-none right here, and a 1-on-1 on the rookie's side, which is just too bad, ain't it? But at least the quarterback can make it work. And on a play like this, especially because you've got man, I'm always going to be fine running the ball. Especially man coverage, picking up the first down. I think there's plenty of time to do it. Yeah, I do think. I mean, Taco Man. I'm not trying to. I think whining about flags is always a little lame. If you know me at all on this channel, I just think it sounds so Homer, no matter what. But I do think either less of a flop or just wrong on the wrong day, because I've seen a lot of quarterbacks get this call. Whatever, right? First and 10. Caleb points something out, checks at the mic, and the Bears blow a bunch of blocks. What's up, Akusai? Man, Karan. So, this is where I couldn't tell you if it's a communication issue or just a rookie being lost. But when I watch a play like this, the first thing I notice is take a look at all the Bears. You know, it might be duo. That's probably what it is. I bet the Bears checked a duo now that I think about it. And so Karan's coming in for a double team. And after he comes in for the double team, he realizes that in duo, when you've got a man direct across from you, you have to come off of your double team. Like you don't do it, right? And you end up single blocking everything. So you can have a duo that looks like that, getting up to the second level. And so Karan, at least to me, looks like he starts, immediately realizes he's wrong, and by the time he's done, it 6 is at the edge. Now, it doesn't help anything. Man, look at this. So if it is duo, well, then you tell me. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. All right. I'd forgotten about this one, but I did plan this one. All right. So line of scrimmage is right here. Following, everybody? I want you to watch the direction the play moves and tell me whether you feel like this is a run play or a pass play. Now, it is unequivocally a running play, right? But the way the line of scrimmage moves here at the fringe of the red zone, I mean, it looks like play action, doesn't it? Like the boys are getting drilled. you want to talk about displacement. That's tough. I mean, Spectre, they didn't even break even. At least Tevin won. Yeah, right? So, couple positive plays. We get into a second down. I mean, you can't make this up. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They did it again. They did it. It's just now dawning on me. They're running the same play. They were so excited about this DJ Moore double screen that they said, well, okay, I know it didn't work the first time, but that's just because, and they made up a reason. So then they do it again. And we still don't throw it. And we still I still don't know where they're supposed to go with the ball. What is wrong with this one, Caleb? Like, is Swift supposed to run a rail route? Like, at least when I look at this, I can't help but see, like Jibby points out, Kmet's wide open. And he's staring at this point at what looks to me like this corner, as if we're looking for him to run a rail route. But I don't know what's going on. Like, I'm going to chalk this one up to Caleb minus, just so we're all on the same page. Like, the official grade, if you will, is like Caleb doesn't get this one. But we end up where he looks confused on what he's doing. He doesn't have anybody marking him. He is wide open. And it looks like we stare at Kmet, and I think the only rationale I have is that this guy's in his passing lane at that point. But so then Caleb drives out and fires a ball that misses to Keenan Allen and is a never in history ball. So it's bad. But they're all lost. And they're doing it out of the same weird formation goop that didn't work the first time. Okay, so at least looking at this from the Komet perspective, I think I figured out why he didn't throw it. For what it's worth. And I think you can see it too. Goodness. Q. He's getting bodied. I mean, Deron Payne just mosses him. That is a big win for the D lineman. What is this, 3rd and 12? Oh, is this play? Yes. Really awful. Bears go with another, what is basically like Keenan go win it for us route. Like you got a post, you got a curl, and then you got Keenan Allen getting an option where he often converts this thing to a dig. And then Gerald Everett is going to go the other direction with it. But this is Keenan Allen breaking. Like, just watch Keenan Allen. We are looking for the ball right now. And the play is over. Has been over. That's one of the problems. Look, you can say, I really don't think it's cope. When you're designing a play, you're expecting to be able to hold for at least long enough for the receiver to break. It's one thing to play anticipatorily. Anticipatorily would be throwing the ball right now with a guy draped all over our back. And on this play in particular, Karan doesn't get near far enough out, loses the center of balance. And it sucks that Caleb breaks out of it, to be honest. Because if Caleb is not strong enough, he goes down at the 35. Instead, for some reason, I don't totally get, by the way, why they don't mark it as forward progress at the 37. But you tell me. Like, to me, the fact that they actually go all the way back to the 40 is a little wild. But whatever. I guess you run it, or I guess you're marking it quickly. And like you're saying, Christopher, I get that they pushed it back because he breaks free out of that one. But then he gets hit here. And I would have expected that to be his forward progress. Like, that part, I'm there for it. That's the 37. Then he gets hit again. And they mark him down at the 40 and a half. I'm complaining about nothing. But so, awful first half. And you could say it was awful from everybody. But it's awful from everybody. Yeah, which is also outside of Santos's range, right? Yeah, that guy, you see a lot of that. One thing, okay. I will pose a question and you guys can tell me whatever you want. Like, I'm just going to beg it. I think Keenan has done a lot and hopefully will do a lot to teach Rome Odunze. I think that's true. I also think that a lot of the plays that the Bears are running involve Keenan as the number one. And in so doing, it limits DJ Moore's role. Not that that means much right now. And in so doing, it limits Rome Odunze's role, but it also puts a lot of pressure on Keenan to get open in moments like this. Now, I would argue that there's really no plan on a play like this where Keenan Allen is supposed to, or where you're expecting Keenan Allen to get open before what is basically a free runner hits your quarterback. So this one was probably DOA. But you start to see this on the film where they went to Keenan Allen and it worked. Yeah, it works sometimes, but it's not, come to the Hilton. It's always open. And I don't really know how to feel about it because the Bears are paying him a lot. The Bears wanted him to have a really big role. And it's funny, Jibby, I think that having Caleb stare at Keenan on option routes was, I asked for that in the offseason under the impression that Keenan wasn't totally washed. And I still don't know if he's totally washed, dude, but a lot of these, we're not getting open on these on a lot of these option routes. And it is, I believe, creating this cascading problem, that guy, where here's the biggest issue, okay? If Keenan Allen is your de facto number one, then everybody else gets pushed down the target order, right? So then if DJ is your two, Rome is your three, or something like that. A question that I think is worth asking, because Donald, here's the thing. You say, I don't even care if Allen is washed. And I'm telling you, I think you should care a little, because I think one of their healthiest games passing, which is weird to say because it was the Colts game, was with Rome Odunze put in a battlefield wide receiver 2 role. And so then at that point, yeah, demo, we did. I can't tell you what the definitive answer is. Oh, and that's before we get to Cole Kmet. Like, that's before we get to KC or CK. So the moment that you can bump everybody up, man, that I think that really helps. But I don't know. Then you get frazzled moments, I think, like this, where Caleb takes a look out to the side on Keenan running a fade. He sees 25 fade backwards and thus moves his eyes off because he thinks he's playing bump and run coverage. So then he shifts his eyes to the inside to Everett, or I think he's looking at Kmet, but Everett's open and he looks at throwing it before some pressure pushes him outside. And if you go back and you look at Keenan Allen, where's Keenan Allen, everybody? I'll circle him in just a little bit, but you just tell me if you find him. Sometimes football has some really horrible luck. And if you just trusted your guy a little bit, you'd get really rewarded. Keenan Allen is open for like a 65-yard gain right now. I don't think he's got the gas to get into the end zone. But so 25 fades back into bump and run coverage and near inexplicably bites on this route underneath. And the moment he bites on that, if somehow Caleb can get back to Keenan Allen, oh, he is jailbreak open. But we can't. And I agree, Jib, that it looks like cover 2. But at least from the moment, it also looks like either 2-man or poach or match 2. You don't know that they're just going to drop in that setting. But maybe I'm just being too nice. Like, it's one thing to say the honey hole, because I'm with you on that, Jib. But it's another thing when there's no safety over the top and they just let him go. Here, Keenan runs the yo-yo. Dude, nobody's on the same page. Charters is a miss, but it's open. Tough. Coach asks, what would need to happen to fire Flus? Losing twice to the Packers is again enough? I don't know. I guess it depends on what happens to the Giant or the Vikings games, or like the Vikings of the Lions games. Yeah, Dynasty, that's probably the best way to do it. We're getting to the part of the game that I'm rewatching for the first time. Man. Yeah, catch you soon, Bears fan. So Keenan doesn't separate. We look back at DJ. This linebacker, number 1, does a great job of getting in the lane. Like, so this guy's roboting. So theoretically, we've got a window if we play with some serious anticipation. We don't. And so because of that, we've got covered. Now we've got receiver running into coverage. Of course, it's one of our first clean pockets of the game. Maybe if we hang with it, we could try to throw to DJ underneath. We don't. We look at the check down. We start to feel like everybody's covered. We start dancing around, probably a little too much. We look for the circus throw to Swift. Probably could throw it. We don't. Dive forward. Are we? Oh, wait. Are we over the line at that point? No. I don't know why I'd think that. Tough. Yeah, this is a thing. By the way, new poster. I've seen it on I've seen it on WCG for forever, Donald, where I loved it. I still remember an argument you had with somebody in like 2018. I still might have even been 2016 about this because back in that time you signed all your comments D Gooch and people thought you were kidding. But I thought it was hilarious. But so yeah, so much hate, right? Yeah, Jordan, DJ doesn't look like he wants to be there, which is wild because he just signed a lot of money to be there. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know if he's lost the coach caring. I don't know if he got paid. And I don't know. I won't pretend to know. Maybe he and Caleb don't get along. Couldn't tell you. It's funny, Jordan. You asked me what do I think of Caleb now versus what did I think of Caleb then. Caleb's deep ball is really weird. I'm surprised that Caleb feels to me like he's overthinking things as much as he was when he was in college. I thought, I don't want to say he could do no wrong. That's not the case. But he did not play as locked up as he does in the NFL right now. I don't know. It feels like you can see him attempting to apply coaching. And a lot of times that creates whether it's hesitancy, lack of muscle memory. When I'm watching Caleb, I see a player that's trying to become something else, and I admire what he's trying to become. But we're not there yet. And kind of like when you're trying to grow out a mustache for the first time, it's getting through the phase where you neither have a mustache nor are you clean shaven that can often generate some of the ugliest results. That's what we're seeing right now. But I by no means have a problem with this. Like to me, this is part of the process. I do like where he's going. I think he's applying mostly healthy lessons and that can make him a better quarterback going forward. I know it's cheap. Mitch Trubisky looked good against the Lions too. But watching Caleb against the Panthers and the Jaguars felt refreshing. Felt like something that I would hope is a sneak preview. His success over the intermediate is actually unprecedented, if you ask me. Well, not unprecedented. It's unexpected. I did not think Caleb would be this good over the intermediate in most of the games that he's played. But he's been winning there. His deep ball looks really awful. And so that's got to change. I mean, this has to snap back to relatively normal at some point. And it is bizarre watching the way that a lot of the players will tell you that they're really engaged in what's going on in the Flus program right now. And then they will show you on the field that they aren't. DJ being one of them. But I think you see it from more than just DJ. I think you see it from Gerald Everett. I think you see it from Keenan Allen sometimes. I think you see it from Rome Odunze. That there are a lot of these players that, for some reason, they just don't seem bought in to what's going on. And I think it's clear when you look at the difference between the way these guys are playing and the way these guys are playing, which group seems to want it more. And that, to me, is its own shocking question mark. And I'm presenting you the data. You can tell me your takeaway. Jibby, I think May looks really fun. I'll tell you that much. I'm surprised at the way that NFL coaches have talked about May. I thought May was much more ready-made than the NFL did. If you saw what I saw, I thought May looked like the kind of guy that could gear up and play very early. And the NFL seems to think he's raw. They must have looked at the long throwing motion and the footwork and thought themselves into some weird hole, if you ask me, because when he's gotten opportunities in New England, I think he's been largely quite good with them. And that's been fun to watch. Always fun to watch a young quarterback play well, if you ask me. What are our thoughts on Will Venable? Is that his name? Yeah, Will Venable, White Sox guy. White Sox fans, you tell me. But so Teddy, who you talking to? Damo mentions, who was the last Bears OC you thought did a good job down to the details? You guys are going to hate me for it. I keep reflecting. I feel like you guys probably picked this up, that I feel like I didn't hate Getsy the way that a lot of people did. Obviously, when you're bad, you're bad, right? And the worst part is that if I've learned anything in football, when it rains, it pours, right? But the Getsy's ability to design a run game made me happy. And even the passing game, which was not it was not fun. Like the passing game was heinous, but a lot of the quarterbacks the Bears were I don't know. I guess his passing game really isn't excusable, and I'm not trying to make it more than it is. You're not giving me much when we talk about the last Bears offensive coordinator you actually liked. But so I got you, Teddy. But yeah, Derek, you mentioned Getsy seemingly could scheme during the week. At least the Bears would come out and score a bunch of points early, right? Got to be something to it. Whoever the Bears offensive coordinator was Sid Luckman. That's hilarious. Okay, Karan. We finally catch a couple blocks. We do a good job with it. DJ does a good job rerouting 97. I mean, a good job enough. Kudos to Tevin Jenkins, who looks like he battles. Like, Tevin Jenkins goes to war out here on the edge. And it's Shelton that can't quite hold his block against Bobby Wagner, who's everywhere, dude. 54 is making tackles left, right, and center, man. Mark Trestman year one was fun, Joe. Play action rollout into the deep shot, into the airmail. Balls like this are just wild to me. I would have expected so much better. And Keenan's wide open. Like, are we forcing it? It feels like we're forcing it. Feels like we got told in film study, hey, Rome's getting open, you got to throw him the ball. Like, fellas like Robert Schmitz have been saying on Twitter that Rome Odunze's wide open. You got to get him the ball. Feels like we're just pushing it to him. And Kmet loses his block, but I feel like that's enough space. If anything, Caleb doesn't need to track that far. When it rains, man, it pours. That guy, I don't have a good answer for you there. 3rd and 2. I mean, it started to feel like a borderline miracle whenever they did convert one. And then look at that. You finally get a play where pretty much everybody gets open. And it comes back. Derek, my hot opinion is that I'm frankly rooting for Nagy. His second time around, it'd be kind of nice. Not in Chicago. That would never happen. That would be wild, though, dude. Quentin, I've thought about this. Like the Matt Nagy return. I mean, think about it, Q. The comparison, if the comparison was Mahomes, then, well, you got to go get the guy who's been working with Mahomes, right? I am completely joking for what it's worth, Q. But wouldn't it be funny to think, well, he's experienced and he's worked with Mahomes and he's won 3 Super Bowls since we last let him go. And he just learned so much from Andy Reid. He even knows this city. It's perfect for George. Matt Nagy fits all the qualifications of what the Facebooker wants in a new head coach, except for first name, last name. Success with a young quarterback, technically. Super Bowl experience, check mark. Uh, Working with poor talent, check mark. Uh, yeah, I know, Rainey. I get it. Experience, check mark. Would work for cheap, Quentin, check mark. Uh, like, can handle the pressure, I guess, kind of. I mean, best record of a Bears head coach in the last 15 years. So, Joe, at least for me, when people do bring up the Lincoln Riley piece, I'm like, I don't know, dude. USC has had some problems. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like looking for Lincoln Riley hits the point where you're like, what are we really looking for? And I mean, Donald, to be fair, I think that the Chiefs' weapons have been awful since over the last 2 seasons. Lest we forget that they won a Super Bowl with Juju Smith-Schuster as the best receiver on the team. So whatever. I'm not actually pushing for Nagy for what it's worth. Like, uh, yeah, checking the box, right, J Mass. Teddy, the defense is real nice. This one was tough too. Like, this is, if you ask me, this is wide open. Keenan, so we've given Keenan a hard time for when he's not able to separate. That's separation. And I mean, you could say we throw with anticipation under pressure, but somebody in the chat beating their chest saying we should criticize the $50 million man because we're so big and tough. But yeah, you got to hit this. In a game where absolutely nothing's working, you get a chance, you miss it. Caleb's ability to throw the ball 25 yards. Right now, we are way off target. Is it a base thing? Is it a comfort thing? Is it an overthinking thing? You tell me, man. I don't know. It's a tough rep for Mamagdaji. Hopefully, Jibby, he gets it ironed in the season. Yeah, right. That guy. What a shame. So we dumped this off, but man, I feel like there's a window here. Am I out of my mind? Why are there two people standing right next to each other? That I can't answer you. But it does feel like there's a window right here. Let's take a look behind. I mean, yeah, it looks like we can throw through that. I feel like we could get that to more. I also feel like we're completely out of rhythm. Jibby, they're exhausted. Caleb was the most efficient quarterback in football for 3 weeks, and it didn't matter because people waited for a game like this. So there's just nothing to say. I'm completely serious, Jimmy. That's what's going on here. Nobody cares to argue about it because it's like, this is obviously not a good game. There's no reason to justify it. There's just 10 of them left. And so you see what happens from here. Bears get a completion. They get the best play of maybe DeAndre Swift's NFL life. And the Bears are back. It's funny to me because it's like, it's not even that it's an amazing design. It's really nothing wild. It's just that the Bears mostly hit their blocks. Like, Keenan gets enough of his guy that he's only able to get a hand on him. Kmet gets enough of his guy that he can't get more than a hand on him. You could argue that Amigdaji is the most important block. Like, look at 72 Hall. Actually, yeah. I would outright say that the guy who's the difference between this being no, 100%. This is the touchdown because he gets there. Like, Amigdaji gets there, and unintentionally, his swinging leg takes out 11. Look, I think this is funny. Maybe you guys won't think this is funny, but Amigdaji hits him with a block that is barely legal, and because he's swinging gates like this, he takes out 11 as well with like a sweeping leg. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, boys. Leg sweeps are illegal. This is not actually a thing, but it's also funny because on this play, it means that Karan double blocks the alley, forces 56 to make a play, and then Swift takes it Swift takes it the rest of the way. I know everyone wanted to see Swift being a little more running backy. Is this a little more running backy? Solid cut, get through contact, rip down the sidelines. They go. They go. I gotta tell you, I mean, look, it's very easy, especially in the age of AI, to just be a bot. Whether you're literally just acting, or I mean, whether you're literally coding a bot, or whether you're just kind of acting like one, looking to get a rise out of people, it's easier than ever. Right? In my opinion, it is a little weird how quickly everybody wants to rush to judgment on something that historically there's no sense rushing to judgment on. Jaden Daniels. Let's use an example, Jib. Jaden Daniels right now is in the clear lead for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Caleb Williams is the best prospect since Luck. How is that in balance? Caleb must be a bust. Andrew Luck didn't win Offensive Rookie of the Year. RG3 did. And it didn't mean anything because their careers were massively out of balance. I would take Luck's career, even given the way the things ended and what they did or didn't achieve. Mostly didn't achieve. But that's not the point that I'm trying to make. It just feels to me like there is an element. And look, I get it. Chris Foster pops up at around 11 every stream, like he's coming from his other stream that he was on to just spew something. So, Chris, I expect. But it does feel like there are a lot of Bears fans that seem to only want to follow the team so that they can hate on the team. And if that's your vibe, I'm happy for you, but I don't get it. Because if you want to bemoan that the Bears could have traded down so that they could stick with a quarterback that got benched and his the starter, is outplaying him, I'm happy for you. I think you can do better things with your time than worry about something that didn't happen. And you could call people coping around Caleb Williams. You can't trade the quarterback now. So it is what it is. I happen to really like Caleb. I am totally fine with this journey and don't have any problem with it. But if, for instance, you wanted to watch a bunch of Patriots games because you like Drake May, there's nothing that says you can't. If you wanted to go root for the Commanders, they are a lot of fun. They're basically the Bears team that a lot of people wanted to cheer for anyways. If you want to go cheer for the Vikings, there's already been one to do it. It's probably fun. It seems awfully fun. A little tougher now, but it seems awfully fun. There's nothing chaining you here. I enjoy this team, even when they do this to me, which they've done a lot. A lot. But at least when I'm watching them, I think that there is some of the freak out and some of the vitriol that I just don't vibe with. Like, the Flus part I think I get because it feels like we really have been here before. But let's see. John mentions Fields won 3 road games for the Steelers this season. How many road wins does Caleb have? let's count how many road wins he has in year 5. Is this are we trying to make a fair compare, or year 4? Are we trying to make a fair comparison, or like, nah, who cares? I mean, I just think that some of these arguments are just dumb, to be honest with you. Like, I think that that's just catatonic and stupid. Like, let's revisit this in the playoffs. And when we do, we'll have a conversation. I can tell you right now, Fields managed to keep his job. Or not Fields. Caleb managed to keep his job. Fields got traded, and then he got benched. And the NFL has told you what they think. They think that he's worth a 6th round pick, and they think that he's not worth playing over a washed Russell Wilson, who has become unwashed and is going to keep his job until he gets hurt, more than likely. I mean, what can you do? And Chris, it's funny, you mentioned that Caleb Colt said he was NFL ready. He's 4-3. So it's obviously not that unready. All the rookies are doing pretty well, especially record-wise. Bo Nix, what, 5-2? Jaden Daniels, I think 5-2. Bears 4-3. He's a first overall pick to have a winning record through 7 starts, I think in years. Obviously not that, and not that off the mark, huh? And I think he's getting better, which is a separate problem. But I say all this because I think that the troll thing is just ridiculous. To act like you have a point and that you aren't being willfully ignorant is in and of itself a mark of how good you are at laying down an argument, because you're out of your minds. And I think you all know better. I think I'm frankly feeding the troll, but did want to say it anyways, because I see these comments a lot and they just feel like rage. I think that's lame, but I'm glad you're having a good time with it. Anyways. Yeah, coach, we're back to it. Bears motion out of what they were in into the I formation again. Goodness gracious. Who loses their block? It's Karan. That's too bad. So I actually think we get a pretty good route from Keenan in this one. Like, Keenan's going to run an in and out, and he separates, which would be great, except the left tackle loses command of number 4. We step up in the pocket. When we step up in the pocket, Coleman Shelton loses command of his man, and we got a jet, and we barely get the ball away. Who, baby? This is a tough one from the offensive line side. Like, I get they're rushing 5, but Coleman gets beat right here. Shelton loses just as Caleb hits the top of his drop. Amigdaji loses immediately as well. Man, Amigdaji, our footwork is terrible. Like, he's a rookie. He missed all of training camp. He missed most of his senior season. He's already in trouble. But watch Amigdaji fail to get his feet around. Like, right there, we're done. At this point, it's over. At that stage, you've completely lost your leverage. Best you could do is get him around the edge. The fact that it got to Karan, or the fact that it got down to Karan, is in and of itself one of those, oh my goodness. They go for the triple, or are they just faking the triple? What is this play? What are they trying to do? Or is he supposed to throw it to Keenan? Not that that would have helped. What on earth? Like, we've got lock up, lock up, lock up. This play is just DOA. Apparently, everybody can see through the screen game. Like, Washington has no questions about what is and isn't a screen. None. Thank you, Pipeline. Let's see. Daniel, question about Flus. The defensive performances have been objectively relative to the rest of Sunday football. Great. So that means he's a great, maybe elite DC. Is he HC material? I don't know. Like Daniel, I'm by no means trying to tell you one way or another. And Matt, I don't think he's supposed to. I think DJ's just blocking like a normal. It's a screen. But so whether he's HC material, to be honest, I'm not trying to. I am personally not trying to litigate it. I think it'll litigate itself over the next 8 to 10 weeks. I think you're gonna see what Flus is and isn't made of. I've got my doubts, if I can be blunt with you, but I also think that 6 divisional games, the Niners, the Seahawks, and a spicy Cardinals team, along with I mean, there's no such thing as a truly easy game when it comes to like the Patriots. Maybe the best you get is the Cardinals, but or not the Cardinals, the Panthers, but you already got them. So at that point, I would look at this and say, we're gonna see. I think it'll be fun, whatever happens. Goodness, is this another Keenan option route? Like, are they going man, cover one man, and they're just asking Keenan to win it, and it takes that long to win it? Because I feel like that's part of what's going on. We got a blitz. I don't see a hot route. DJ's wide open. We're looking for the slot fade that Rome decides that he's going to run a triple route on. What is I don't really know what Rome's doing here. Slow off the line into the out and then straight up, and then the ball comes way over towards the sideline, like, and then we don't win the blitz. What a mess, man. What a mess. Yeah, Khalid, I would too. It's bad tape. It is bad tape. On top of that, I'm not loving what I see from Roshan in Pass Pro. That may be me just whining, but I'm not loving it. If Caleb IDs the blitz, maybe he gets back to or to DJ, or maybe he just thought Rome was gonna win deep. Maybe Rome ran the wrong route. I don't have any idea. I would think he's got to go to DJ there. Bears go duo. They get what they want. This is a sweet double team. Yeah, that'll play. Is that Murray? Is this Murray's one play? Murray's one play before he tears his pec is a legitimately good block? Dude, Q, are you kidding me? Is this real? We get Bill Murray for like one play, and in that one play, he and Amikdazi block a guy that's been tearing them open the entire game. and it looks legit good. And then on his next play, it also looks good again. I am cackling. Goodness. Amikdazi with a rip and a miss. Rip and a miss. Woo! Not great. But kudos to Pryor. Good job, Keenan Allen. Hey, there's always next year, Q. Joe, I don't know. Our LG2 and our LG1. I think that's hilarious. Finally, the Bears run stick without it looking awful. Rip on the out pattern. Man, they made that look really hard. There you go. Why'd they never use Blazing Game for blitzes? I didn't think he was very good at pass pro, like old school pass blocking. Is this Cole Kmet running a whip route? It is. Look at that separation, baby. Look at this. So we go another sail pattern. And then we get a whip route from Cole Kmet when neither of them are open. And maybe this is where I think some of the Bears stuff, where we've heard him say, if you have the out, take the out, is beyond me. Where that doesn't feel open. I don't love, I'm not as obsessed with out routes as I think Shane Waldron is. But so, Kmet gets wide open. I think Kmet gets a second target, Matt, if you count the one that's coming up, but it like spins out. It's nowhere close to Kmet, but it is technically probably a target. Clicking. David, you got to remember that there's a whole bunch of wild people that think that playing Tim Tebow again for another year would have been anything. I mean, that's what we're looking at, right? Is an extraordinarily popular player that's won hearts and minds of all kinds of fans with heart, grit, and work ethic, but absolutely nobody thinks he can play. The league does not think he can play. And at least right now, that feels about as clear as it could be. Maybe he'll hang around as a spot starter for a hot minute, but his mechanics are way too slow and all kinds of other things that play into Fields ultimately being somebody that can play in a limited box. But the more games in a row you trot out that box, the more beat up and bruised and slow to play that box gets. And is what it is. I think it's a little wild that people want to continue to entertain this. But I also think that a bunch of these Bears fans have frankly convinced themselves that the team's better than it is, which I wish it was. I wish the Bears had 3 elite receivers. Right now, they don't have 3 elite receivers. Right now, it sure looks like they have one pretty good receiver and then one player that was really good and is now doing a lot of this. And then one player that was really good and now he's only open on about half of his plays. Finally, we hit one. That's sweet. That's pretty. Caleb Breed's cover 2. Gets the bottom on the blitz. Goodness, man. That is a hit and a half. Dude, Swift, what are we doing? Like, what does Swift think he's solving with this? Does he need to, does it, like, I do think it's funny watching this, right? Look at Swift. Like, okay, here we go. We've got a direct blitzer. Now just throw me the ball. Just gets hammered. Oh, my goodness. He gets baked. DJ almost looks surprised. I can't tell. Like, look at this. DJ is like jogging to space. He probably is settling, realistically. But it's wild watching DJ's pace of play get so slow. Man, more of that, please. Like, what is this? One of the first 20-plus yard throws that Caleb's hit in a hot minute? Gotta soak it in. See, that guy, it's funny you mentioned it's gotten odd, especially the first 3 weeks. I think it's gotten really odd the last 2 weeks in particular, where the conversation has continued to move. They flex Swift in. I'm telling you, I'm a simple man. I clap for the draw. Beat that one, and there you go. It's tough, Teddy, because I would tell you I think that Caleb, through the lens of a rookie quarterback, has been fine. In a year where there's a rookie quarterback playing really well, and another rookie quarterback playing pretty well, and another quarterback currently concussed that's also flashing, and Caleb's got the biggest magnifying glass on him. So there's that, right? But also on the objective scale, Caleb's not there yet. Like, rookie scale, this looks great. Or at least it looks in line with anybody else that's ever been good. I mean, you can go look at data from Start Kyle Orton. You can go look at past historical statistics. Caleb's right in line with other number one overall picks. It's not unusual to be pretty much right where they are. Other rookies are playing really well, and people jazzed up their expectations way too high, as is standard. But that's how things seem to work in Chicago. We tell ourselves Fields is going to win MVP. The dude gets a hair away from being benched outright. Let's see. Is this play any good? Are they really running like another return route? Yeah. They run another whip route. Caleb does a solid job to get the ball out. It's solid, but the pocket's messy because Karan can't get the edge. Man, Karan is losing the edge on almost literally every pass rush. Get to get the ball out. Here it is, boys. Goodness, the ball pops straight out. Goodness. I mean, I just don't have much to say. Like, the sad part is there's not much to break down. The extra sad part is that there's a chance that Kramer gets in. Because 94 goes over the top, and the moment he does, Washington actually loses the point of attack. Like, Kevin, what does that mean? Out of curiosity, what does that mean? Look at that. It's such a shame. If Kramer actually hits the hole, goodness, if Roshan hits the hole, there's a lane there. Like, for once, the Bears did not lose. The boys reset the boys reset the line of scrimmage. But of course, they lose the football, and it bounces, I mean, straight to a Washington defender. Like a full-on look what I found. Yeah, we lose Tev from it too. It's tough because, so Sir Lord says his hot take is that I don't hate this play, or he doesn't hate this play call. Here's my thing, okay? I said this on the podcast. I don't like the timing of it. Nothing has worked. Nothing has worked. You finally get a drive where things don't feel like they're working on accident. You had a 2-play touchdown drive on the last play, or on your last drive. One where you threw to the flat, and then the next one, 54 or 56 yard, like, flyer straight down the sidelines. You don't really plan for that. This is your first successful drive of the game. First successful drive of the game. Thank you, Judah. And we call a play for a guy who's never toted the pill in his NFL career. He's actually been a lineman up until we have made him the blocking jumbo fullback. I get that Kramer was going to get a run eventually. Like, we knew. The moment you line up in this formation, you know he's going to get a run eventually. For me, you are inviting disaster when you call a play like this, and that's an easy thing to say. That's an easy thing to say. But I do mean it. That, in my opinion, this is one of those, well, you don't plan for this, but the result isn't exactly unpredictable. Like, okay, Donald, fight me. He's never carried the ball. He's never taken a hit while holding the ball. But so, this to me is one of those calls that is completely inept. Like, I mean, Robert, you mentioned call a timeout to gather the troops. Um, yeah, right. That guy, I mean, it's hilarious. But so, hey, to be fair, that guy, Bajent's got aura. Like, I do get Bajent having a fan base. And in fact, it wouldn't surprise me if one of these days the Bears may or may not get I actually think there's a chance the Bears may get a pick at some point for like trading Bajent. Like, not to gas the boys up too much, but Bajent so far over the last two preseasons has flashed some stuff. Went 2-2 in his rookie season. Like, there are worse backups out there. And especially if a team gets down bad, I don't know if they're going to take Bajent as a starter, but yo, are you really going to want Jarrett Stidham over what Teabag has shown? Like, you tell me. I'm not saying it's, done and done, but the NFL is going to need a new Trevor Siemian pretty soon. And so at least it feels to me like Tyson Bajent could easily be that guy. And so, man, we get more than a 6 for Peters. Dude, I don't know. I'm not going there. But I'm more saying, Spectre, that like I think Bajent's limited. Don't get me wrong. Obviously I like Caleb. It's not going great, but this is the rookie roller coaster. You ride it up, you ride it down. But Bajent is, I think, exciting. I like young quarterbacks, and so it's fun seeing this. Anyways, back to this. I just think it's like, you got to remember. So Shane Waldron's going to send in the call, and Matt Eberflus is on the headset. Like, they all have one connected headset line, and Matt Eberflus let this go. Like, Matt Eberflus was cool with this, and I think that's wild. That's all. That's really all I have to say. Mars says what I feel like we already knew, right, Mars? Like, not that you're out of your mind, not that you shouldn't have posted it, just that the score saying that this is, or the score saying no other lineman got a carry with the team losing sounds right to me. Akeem Hicks got a carry with the team winning. What? Fridge got a carry, or got multiple carries with the team winning. Like, it's a weird call, and the Bears suffered for it. And I agree with you, Spectre. Hey, Spectre, can we be so real right now? Can you and I look in the camera and be so real? Spectre, I'm making eye contact with you. Of course, if it had worked, we'd say something different. But if the Bears had just tipped away a Hail Mary, this whole chat would look different. That's the nature of sports. You got to own the result. The result on that Kramer handoff was as disastrous as it could possibly be. I mean, Spectre, think about it this way. The ball didn't even bounce down to Kramer's feet. Like, let me go back to this. Like, David, he's the backup quarterback. That's all. I like Bajent in general because I think he's I don't know, he seems like a good dude, and I like the way that he throws in the preseason. Like, that's a whole separate conversation. But at the intent of trying to get the Bajent thing in and out, it's mostly the fact that he's not Caleb Williams. He didn't paint his nails, and quite honestly, he's somebody that people can relate to. UDFA, like, fist bump, Bears backup quarterback, generally the most famous guy in town. Anyways, Matt, what I'm getting to is, people don't talk about how lucky it is that the ball goes up right here. Like, I know we don't want to live through this, but like, imagine even if it just goes straight down. Like, if when Kramer drops it, he realizes he doesn't have it, and it just like he recovers it here. Like there are all kinds of things that could have happened, but somehow the Bears that they just missile the ball in the other direction, which is bananas. I mean, it's Velus Jones levels of failure. Exactly, Sir Lord. And I say this like, yeah, exactly, Demo. Major Velus muffing the punt straight to the nearest defender vibes. Like, that's exactly what I'm getting at, is there is a level of disaster that you can't make up, but you got to own it anyways because you made a really weird call at the wrong time. Velus Jones, this is me just making a channel joke, so just, get ready. Velus Jones about to go off in Jacksonville. Don't you just know it? Velus Jones is like right about over the next 24 football games to run for 1,500 yards and become one of the NFL's most electric running backs in football. I'm ready. Like Tank Bigsby, you're about to get pushed out of this league. What's the point? You got VJJ on your team. Like, you got V12. Fire the engine up. All those cylinders. And the Bears are somehow going to stick with the Velus curse. Hope your mom already got a house, Tank. That's funny, Teddy. Your days are over. Hit the bench. Hey Tank, I got good news. You got 10 weeks paid vacation because we don't need you here. We just casually don't block the middle linebacker. I keep watching this, trying to see somebody block 54, and nobody does. Nobody blocks the middle linebacker. Pryor kind of tries. A little. But we just don't block the middle linebacker. Tough scene. Anyways, they bring a blitz. How on earth does he get out of this? Caleb, where are we looking? Somehow Caleb thinks that we're going to hit this window to DJ Moore, which, I mean, maybe we would have if Swift has a better block. Maybe Swift would have had a better block if we weren't taking L's to blitzes the entire time. But we are. Goodness, Bobby Wagner. Go off. Go off harder, please. Then we've got, what is that, Rome? Pretty much wide open. He doesn't get the ball. Oh, that guy, he was here. Third and 10. And I don't want to say this was the game, but it sure started to feel that way, didn't it? And man, we hit him with another return route. Okay, I'll tell you what, fam. These return routes, you know what? We're spamming them probably a little too much, but they're working for us. There you go, Rome. Look at that separation. Jibby, you still in here? You trust Rome Adunze. He goes and gets you some yards, baby. Look at that. Look at how easy that was. Oh! We won on the out route and we won back in. It's so funny because on one hand, like, on one hand, I would love to give Caleb like more credit for this. But man, this is literally why you draft a number 9 overall receiver. That is a massive third down conversion at a massive time. Like, that's beautiful. It's great route running. Make it easy on your quarterback. Go be Larry Fitzgerald. Don't make it hard. Rojo up the gut on duo. Yeah, Jimmy, I'd love to see them stop playing around. Yeah, right, Christopher? Isn't Kramer playing guard at this point? Is that what I was seeing somewhere? This play's pretty sweet. These feel like they're becoming a habit, and it feels very Josh Allen. Like, draw everybody to the sidelines and just dump it over the middle. Hopefully, Caleb doesn't just get picked off on one of these plays, but this is nice. Ooh, that'll do. Somebody said blocking wise, why do we have Keenan Allen blocking? Because he's pretty good at it. Well, normally he is. He clearly does not get much of it there, but he's been one of the Bears' best blocking receivers. Maybe Rome can do it in the future, but lately he's been better at it. Somebody said Everett's right there, and it's like, ooh, you seen Everett block? Do we just not block the middle linebacker again? That's exactly what we do. I love this. All we got to do. Oh, it's this one. It's a duo right there. Goodness, man. John, where's the pocket? Where's the pocket? Do you want him to go back in? You want him to go back in here? Because I'll tell you right now, absolutely nobody does that on an arcing play action play. Like, if you want to say Caleb ran out of the pocket, yeah, it's a bootleg. Like, what do you think this is? It's a play action play. And you've got a defender in the throwing lane. I understand it. You wanted the fake call. I mean, John, I'm gonna be blunt with you, okay? All the analysts you've mentioned are out of their minds. Alex Brown and Lance Briggs are completely disconnected from modern football. They don't know anything right now. They could probably barely play or tell you half players' names, like on most key teams across the league. Not that that matters. This isn't a trivia contest. I'm so glad that Lance Briggs was able to serve the Bears like he was. I mean, he did a great job back in the day. And when he goes out there and he tells you, you just got to hit the team harder, I mean, there's serious wisdom to that. But the idea that the Bears were going to just take this haul and play without a quarterback, because that's ultimately what they had, is no quarterback, and that they were going to win with Marvin Harrison and a couple other trades, and they were just going to kick the can down the road. It's the most dumbass, backwards Chicago thinking that I could ever ask for. And it's the primary reason that this team can never get a nice thing, is because the moment the Bears do anything the normal way, a bunch of their fans tend to just rail against it and cry like babies that the team actually should have just played 1985 football and sucked ass for another 10 years, just like the New York Jets have. Because that's what they've attempted to do over the last bunch of years. That's what the Browns have attempted to do over the last bunch of years. And it's going absolutely nowhere. And shocker, the best quarterback in the league continues to click out Super Bowls like it's just no big deal. You look over the last 15 years, who's won all the Super Bowls? Who's won? I'll answer it for you. Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes, with scattered random teams in the middle there. You get some Pete Carroll Super Bowls, well, I think one, which is great. I mean, maybe that could be the Bears. Maybe it wouldn't be. But this idea that you were going to take the haul and that you were going to play another year with Fields, who was either going to live up just enough to be the next Daniel Jones, or he was going to fail and put you right back where anybody else is out of your mind. And at the end of the day, if it's really just about painting nails, then like, get out of here, man. Like, not this chat necessarily, but just like, you're not paying attention. Like, if that's what this is about to you, then congrats. Go cheer for the Broncos. I mean, they've got a white quarterback, if that's what this is about. Or maybe it's about something else, and you want to cheer for Josh Allen. Or maybe you want to cheer for Patrick Mahomes. Or maybe you want to cheer for Jaden Daniels. You go off. You go off. Like, yeah, John, wasn't a good game. But at the end of the day, they had a Hail Mary to win it. In the win what matters? Shouldn't it be a question about the defense?
if at the end of the day it's the defense allowing a 50-yard Hail Mary, because the offense, they scored enough points to win the game. Like, uh, you guys keep saying that it's a Caleb thing. Last time I checked, the offense put the team in position to win 96% of games, according to ESPN. Or, like most people would say, 23 seconds to defend the entire length of the football field with one timeout, you should be able to handle it. And the offense did that part. And the quarterback and the rest of the offense, they didn't play well in the first half at all. Not at all. Not at all. But they did enough to win the game. They did not get blown out. Oh, that's because of the defense. Yeah, it is. CJ Stroud had a game last year where he scored 14 points. Is CJ Stroud bad? No, because that happens. They lost to the Panthers. The Texans lost to the Panthers last year. Imagine if you were in the chat to talk about the Bears, or to talk about the Texans losing to the Panthers at that point. Would you be saying the same thing? Or would you not? Because CJ Stroud didn't paint his nails. Is it about the nail painting thing? Somebody said woke. Like people have said woke at any point in the last 5 years outside of 55-year-olds watching Fox News every night. Or maybe you're watching OAN and then at this point. Or maybe you're watching, what's the other one, Newsmax? Or something like that. Happy for you if that's the case. But people stopped saying woke in 2018. And I don't know. The whole thing just boggles my mind. It makes talking about football incredibly unfun. Because Lance Briggs wanted to take the imaginary Hall and take the receiver that can't get targets in Arizona, and so that he could also take an edge rusher, I'm sure, so that you could run things back with a quarterback that showed you that he has no idea how to pass the football the moment the second half starts. But that was fine because we liked him. He didn't paint his nails, right? So whatever you're thinking, man, like you mentioned he's got all the weapons of the world, John. Does he? The tape I'm now watching does not show DJ Moore flying open, man. The tape I'm watching shows Keenan Allen only open sometimes. I think Rome is really good. I think Rome's really good. People keep telling me about these elite weapons. Are you sure? Because they don't look that good on tape. That's not justifying. That's the tape. The tape is the tape. And the receivers don't look very good right now. Is it the quarterback that's not making them look very good? There's definitely some disjointedness. I'm not trying to tell you the quarterback's playing perfectly. I'm trying to tell you that I feel like the only analyst in Chicago that had even medium realistic expectations for what a rookie Caleb Williams would look like. And everybody else wanted to talk about Caleb like he had already been there. And you get the Chris Foster types right now that are saying, people told me he had arrived. And do you know what the worst part is, Chris? People did. People did tell you that Caleb had already arrived. All I told you is that he was going to be better day one than Fields. I think he has been. I think the stuff that Caleb has done, Fields could never hope to do. I think if you put Fields on this team, they're also 4-3, to be honest with you. And at the end of the day, it was always about Caleb versus Fields to me. And it was always ultimately about them in the long term. The fact that Caleb, I thought, had a shot to be better than him early was not really the point. But it worked out that way. Because I don't think Fields has as good a game, not near, as Caleb did against the Jaguars and the Panthers. And the Jaguars in particular actually scored some points. So if the Bears hadn't scored any points in London, they might lose that game. Chris, you mentioned, did I want Fields in 2023? Sure, but I wanted to see it play out. And then it did. And I didn't think Fields was good enough. And the Bears got the number 1 overall pick. I thought there was plenty of reason to trade down, but there's a time and a place for everything, man. You can't always trade down. You can't always trade up. You can't always just stick at the pick. You got to move with what the team needs. And the team got a ton of value out of maybe the best trade ever. But then they got the number 1 overall pick again. They had the chance to draft a great quarterback. And I think they did. And so I'm here to see the way this works. Like, let's see. Yeah, Jibby. Everybody wants to be done. You got to remember, I think the toughest part, Jibby, to be blunt, is that whenever Caleb plays well, the people who want to declare Caleb all the way there are going to come out. And I tried to talk about that in the Jags game. When Caleb plays bad, the people who want to tell you he's a bust are going to come out. And we've talked about that before because we've dealt with that a lot with a bunch of different quarterbacks. We're not done. We're never going to be, not never. we're not going to be finished with whatever Caleb is until probably midway through 2026. Like that's the honest truth, guys. That's not cope. You don't know a young quarterback until about midway through their third year unless they've proved that they're utterly unplayable. And usually they do that middle second year. But anyways, if you did not like Fields in 2023, then mean you wanted quarterback, just say you did. So I don't think those are the same, but go get it. Yeah, Mario, it happens, right? And hey, played poor. Thank you, Teddy. I appreciate it. But yeah, people see what they want to see. If you're watching this and you see somebody who willfully leaves a pocket and you don't see like a PA rollout, then you're seeing what you want to see. And football is always a Rorschach test. I still remember watching years ago, hey, I don't have beef with the guy. I'm picking a take from forever ago. Draft Dr. Phil and Shane put out a good product for the people that like it. I am not starting shit with TTNL. So let's just make that so plain, right? But we liked Mitch. And at one point, Mitch Trubisky threw an out route. And Phil went, that's a big boy throw. That's a big boy throw. That's a big boy throw. In a Packers game that the Bears had lost by 14 points. And I was like, what are we doing? People see what they want to see with film. The tape doesn't lie. Evaluators might. Or at least they might be wrong. And so you end up with, I at least try to show you the tape, let you pick your own thing. You want to hate it? That's totally cool. You want to love it? That's great. But let me see. And Mario, it happens. I mean, Ditka, it's hard for us to tell. We're certainly not going to know. Okay, so Karan can run block a little, at least from what I'm seeing. Like, there's some strength in there. Dude, Pipeline, I would love to be the Niners. Like, I know they're 0-2 in Super Bowls, but I would love to lose Super Bowls, for crying out loud. And John, I'm right there with you. The Bears do need to make sure that this doesn't snowball. If they do, that's a huge problem across the board. The Bears are paying a lot of guys to be serious leaders. This can't snowball. I mean, Teddy, as much as you say it, that's actually a thing, right? Like I'm serious. The Bears can't let this 4-3 team slip really hard, and it might. It's always possible. You gotta march in Arizona, and you gotta win a big game. And that Arizona team is spicy. Like it's not easy. No game in the NFL is easy, but you have to you got to respond. I'm very interested to see how they respond. As I've seen it, I don't know if Arizona, they've got Marvin Harrison, but Marvin Harrison's kind of on a milk carton in that offense. As far as I've been able to tell over the last couple weeks, I think Trey McBride can seriously play. So you've got a sick tight end, you've got a sick wide receiver, and a quarterback in Kyler Murray that is holding onto the ball and running around a lot. So the Bears defense, they should not be, I don't think nothing's easy. Nothing's easy. But I like the Bears matchup against the Cardinals on defense. So now what happens? Like you mentioned, Teddy, that you're vaguely sure that Caleb's going to walk out and dunk on him. I have heard that every week this season. So I don't disagree that I think Caleb could definitely have a huge game. I'm just I'm just tired of predicting it. Do you follow? Like the moment that I keep predicting it at that point is ridiculous. It's creating problems. Seriously, Mars. No, that's a great way to put it. Dude, Coleman Shelton takes the fattest L here. 4th and 5, and look at this. I mean, 96 just gonna piece us up. They go 5 down, and they're ISOing him.
Derek, as much as we'd love to, we can only change things so much. Now, I love that Caleb gives this throw a chance, and I don't know if it's caught because it's getting or because he ultimately gets held. But I will tell you what, one thing that has just kind of pissed me off, like just in general, this is me as a fan. Like Spectre, you mentioned it's a touchdown if he has more time, but like I'll go even further, right? Um, the Bears have had a bunch of DPIs and defensive holdings that have helped the team, but they don't make me feel better. And I doubt they make you feel better. It's great that the Bears catch a penalty here. It would be even cooler if they just threw a normal touchdown. And I'm glad that that Caleb puts the throw up. You don't get a defensive holding call generally without putting the ball in the general area and forcing the ref to see it. But just throw it and catch it. Like I'm strung out looking for defense or for deep completions. Like I'm strung out looking for deep completions here. Just give me something to work with. Man, Donald, that's a take. I just saw your take from above. That's awesome. Here they go with the fade. That is the loftiest moon ball. It's too much loft. But what a pitching wedge shot. And hey, it's actually pretty accurate. Corner just pushes him out. Trying to find where the ball is. Looks like the ball is right over the sidelines. It's just the corner gets way up in there and the ball's a little late. Did we seriously? Holy smokes. 92 gets across his face too? What on earth is happening up front, man? We're back on Chris Morgan fraud watch. I wish Pipeline, I wish I could. I can't zoom. And then Roshan just walks on into the end zone. So Mario Giovanni asks, I think the most important question that I could answer this evening, and I'm serious. Oh yeah, they have a 2-point conversion. I want to watch the 2-point conversion first. Then Mario will get there. This was like, okay, so can anybody think of a shuffle play that actually worked outside of this one? Boom. Like this was the easiest looking shuffle that I could ask for. And it's hilarious that it actually worked. Because I've watched so many Nagy shuffles fail. It was hilarious seeing this. Honestly, can I be blunt? Watching Shane Waldron has been a trip down memory lane because it really has felt like covering 2020 Matt Nagy again. Like I thought we got away from this. Like I thought Shane was going to be much more McVay. I mean, we all hoped, right? But even in Seattle, I'm realizing how much of it was just like Gino piping it. Must have been because a lot of the usage was just bananas. At least watching the way that Shane has called this, it has reminded me so much of watching Nagy just overthink things and blend himself, basically. But so, anyways, Mario, I'll address what you're talking about while we take a look at what is it? More defense. And I don't have. Let me see this. Yeah, I only have like a couple minutes left before I gotta go to bed. I'm about to pass out. But so we'll watch more. And no worries, Chris. I appreciate it. Like I'm so glad that you enjoy it. I hope you don't take me too seriously. But so anyways, are we gonna do the HM? What is the HM? Well, we have to do the HM. Yeah. But Mario asked me earlier, am I concerned with the player usage? The way that they're deploying people. Mario, can I be blunt with you? On inside of me are 2 wolves, Mario. 1. Of course I'm concerned. How on earth are the Bears deciding that this is how they want to deploy their guys? DJ Moore can run you a dig route. He's dangerous in the intermediate, but the moment you turn him into a screen only threat, what did you think you were going to get? You get the defense queuing on him like he's a tell. And then Keenan Allen is the only receiver that you seem to want to work on most plays. And so, because of that, defenses are keying on him too. And Rome, unironically, Mario, is the only player that you've given so minimal a role that he's not obscenely predictable in what he's doing. And shocker, he's the only one getting open. So that's one wolf, right? But I said inside of me are two wolves. And in the other wolf, I say, look at the money they're making. They traded a fourth for Keenan Allen, one of the biggest vets in the locker room, making $23 million. DJ Moore got extended, making $24 million starting next year. It feels very politic to me, which I don't like, and I don't think that that makes any sense, right? Especially because there was a point there where they had $12.5 million Cole Kmet riding the pine behind Gerald Everett that wasn't making but $7 million. But at the same time, dude, like, Mario, it's beyond me that we would use Keenan Allen like this outside of, well, we're paying him a lot, we got to get some ROI out of this. And I think it's weird, but maybe there's more to the idea of Rome is running a bunch of routes that we didn't ask him to run, or he's messing up a bunch of details that might actually be true. Like, at least what I've seen, Rome is out of, Matt, when I say politic, I mean, like, instead of playing the best player, you're playing the most expensive player. You're playing the guy who's paid to be the best player. That's what I'm getting at. But so the other piece of this with Rome that at least I keep seeing is it feels to me like I keep seeing like 4 or 5 times a game where Rome's route just feels wrong. And so within that, I if the Bears want to trust Rome, but don't trust Rome because he keeps ending up out of place, I think I would understand. And so I don't like that because I think Rome's the jam. When they make him the primary or the secondary, Rome is winning. And I love watching what we're seeing there. I think that connection between Caleb and Rome looks legit. But I also think that the Bears are financially obligated to do everything they can to make Keenan and DJ stars before Rome. But I don't know. Like, by no means am I telling you that I know everything. Like I said, inside of me are two wolves. But we'll figure it out. Mario, you want my honest opinion? I tend to think that when the chips are down, that the Bears are going to figure it out and they're going to deploy people. Not like that they'll win a bunch of games, but that I think that they got 2 more weeks of as close as you're going to get in the NFL to farting around left in them. After that, you pretty much have to be offensively nails. You do not have room to try stuff that you think may not work. You can't hand it to Kramer anymore. You follow, Mario? And I tend to think at that point, we're going to see who they think their best players are. And maybe Shane's a doofus. But I don't know. I wonder if there's an element of self-discovery and stuff like this. You know, Mario, people keep telling me that DJ's biggest trait is selflessness, and dude, I don't know. Man, can Jaden Daniels move or what? Look at this. Like, DeMarcus Walker, first of all, Walker's had himself a heck of a season. But then Daniels gets out of that. He's got great foot frequency, man. He feels so small. Like, God knows I'm not trying to do this right now. I'm not. Daniels is so fun to watch. But when I watch him, he is so slight of frame, man. I hope he stays away from more of the hits that he's been taking because he's fun to watch and I would love to see him succeed long term. Ooh, get there, TJ. Get there, TJ. Looks familiar, doesn't it? Okay, so if I've got any loyal Bear With Us listeners in this, well, you got to remember, Jordan, character stuff is massively overblown. Like, hate to pop a bubble, Jordan, but like the when you hear a guy has great character, it means he's above a certain bar when it comes to football. It does not always mean that they're truly squeaky clean. But anyways, so my Bear With Us listeners, when I talk about the Bears being willing to blitz from depth out of nearly any alignment, this is what I'm talking about. And sometimes the Bears get some massive, massive hits just like this. Like the sea just parts. And I'll tip my cap to Flus for that stuff because these kinds of just one-on-ones you get are sicko mode. That's great. And TG does a good job with it. That's sort of my thing, Jibby. I think it only sort of matters. To be honest, Jib, I tend to think that people make heroes out of. Okay, Jibby, let me ask you an honest question, okay? Jib, I'm going to ask you the real one. Anybody else in the chat, you're also welcome to answer, okay? But I'm going to ask it specifically to Jibby. So, if Deshaun Watson had remained a 4,500 yard a year passer and had continued to throw 32, 33 touchdowns a season, do you think that he would be the wide villain that he is today? I think there's a heavy sect of social media that would root against Watson absolutely no matter what. I'm asking you whether the casual fan base would have come more around to the Myles Garrett way of seeing things or not if he was legit good at football. Because that's what I want to know. And that's sort of my point, Jib, because I think you and I are on the same page there, where you say no, capital letters. When you're good at football, people let a lot of character go. People go, oh, that's just Tyreek. Like you say Nick Bosa, Mario, but I think Tyreek Hill's a better example. Tyreek Hill's house burns down with his I think his wife or his fiance, I can't remember, but his wife or fiance, like I think had new bruises on her, and people went, oh Tyreek, how crazy is that? Like it's it's wild. Okay, Phil, I know you're trolling, bro. You mentioned 43 yards or 4,300 yards and 40 touchdowns. You said Caleb won't reach half of that. Are you sure? Because Caleb's already got 1,500 passing yards and 9 touchdowns. So he's got 10 games left. You're sure he won't reach half of that? Caleb Williams, in all likelihood, whether you hate him or not, Caleb Williams is going to own every rookie passing record so long as he stays relatively healthy. He needs a total of 700 more yards. It's 700 more yards total and 3 touchdowns total. No, it was Phil. I was reading it. And let alone if Caleb clicks out a couple of good games, because if he does, he raises his average and gives himself a chance at a 3, maybe 3,500 yard season, or maybe more. I mean, you say, of course, Phil, Justin didn't break it, and Mitch reset the yardage one, but didn't break the touchdown record. You got to remember, Phil, the Bears' rookie touchdown record has stood since 1944. Like, I feel you, Phil, that it's I do feel you that there's this element of despair, but like take a breath. I'm not even trying to say it's impressive. I'm trying to say Bears haven't had better yet. So I don't know. I think everybody's just breathless for an answer. I get it. Been there. Where you want to hit the end of the road. You want to get off the plane. Uh yeah, partially John because you got hurt, but separate problem, isn't it? Right? Smile bit. Allegedly murdered someone. In peril. Great another great answer. I mean, this stuff happens all the time, unfortunately. And Jordan, I'm generally with you. Just so we're on the same page, Jordan, especially when you're talking about top 10 picks, I think legitimate character is important, really matters. But I also think that it can be overrated in plenty of cases. Kamara getting extended is wild. Tumultuous. Was it a defensive lineman or you talk about Plaxico Burress, the receiver? Plaxico's the one who shot himself in the leg. Who's making the play here? Is 55 Jacob Martin? Get it, fellas. Dylan's ripping through. Second and 14. Goodness, man. You can't make this up. Low contain. Jaden's gonna beat you. This is where I'm worried about Kyler Murray, and I wonder if the Bears are gonna apply lessons learned against Jaden Daniels. Because I do think mobile quarterbacks pretty much give all defenses problems. Like, at least from what I've seen, it's easy to say, well, the Bears have real trouble against mobile quarterbacks. So do most. So do most defenses. It's a great block. Oh, this is the one that comes back. What is this center doing? Who throws the flag? Well, so Iceberg, that's what's funny about this, right? So Iceberg Slim is giving me more credit than I believe I deserve, to be honest. Because Iceberg Slim is saying, you're spot on. Caleb didn't lose us the game. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. I think we got to live back in the world of right, Iceberg? I think Caleb Williams was part of, I mean, he's a quarterback. He's the natural part of the offense being totally and utterly dysfunctional for an entire half and a large part of a quarter. I think that Caleb got rattled. I think that Iceberg, this is the third game out of 7 where Caleb has looked like the moment was actually getting to him, which I do not love. Can I be honest? We've got first start against Tennessee. We've got first road start against Houston in Sunday Night Football. So also first primetime game if you care. And then we've got first game in his homecoming or in Washington. You could argue that these are valid or invalid excuses. I don't care, right? I'm just saying Caleb played in a way that I believe was unacceptable for the first half of the game. But I also, just Iceberg to live in the world of and in the NFL, you're measured by whether you win or lose
and you're often measured by what you do in the fourth quarter. And in the fourth quarter, Caleb played pretty much as well as you could ask and delivered balls that continued the Bears moving and was calm when he needed to be calm. And it would have been cooler if he was even better or whatever, but he made good on all of his chances. One penalty bailed him out of 1 4th and 3, and ultimately stepped around a bunch of pressure. I don't know if he took a sack in the second half, which I don't know if you care. Maybe that's impressive to you. Maybe it's not. Whatever. Point being that when we live in the world of this is the kind of performance that you retch and you go, that can't be the standard. That can't be normal. Like, we lived with Mitch, right? Where he did absolutely nothing, and then at the end of the game, he would just go kill it in 2-minute drill, and people would talk about how it was amazing. Like, I'm completely serious. Like, we did this with Mitch, right? Where 2-minute Mitch, do we remember that? Ending halves, ending games. Like, Mitch could strap it up at the very end of a fourth quarter as well. Caleb did it for seemingly an entire fourth quarter after being fundamentally absent for an entire football game. Both work. Like, both are valid takes. That's why you get the rest of the season. I mean, I think you get way beyond just the rest of the season, but it's why you get the rest of the season. Because this is a game that you don't want to be normal. It's a game where there's a lot to not like, to be honest. But it's also a game that can very easily become experience that ends up being part of a great career going forward. Or it's evidence of future problems that'll never go away. We don't know. We won't know until we see the rest of his career. So there we go. Like, now you just got to wait. Yeah, Jordan, so do I. I mean, of course, I would love for Caleb to be with a more competent staff, but at least on offense. Jibby, all I can tell you is that one of the guys I talk to pretty consistently, you're always welcome to reach out to him on Twitter. It's his handle is Start Kyle Orton. He is somebody I check a lot of data with because if you know me at all, you know that I always like to try to make sure that I am understanding enough general data about what to expect from guys, so that I can make sure that my film takes are in line with reality. And data, I think, is a great reality check. And all I can tell you, Jibby, is that through 7 games, Caleb, according to him, and he showed me the names and he showed me the list, is right there in line with great quarterbacks as well as poor quarterbacks. There's a soup in the first 7 games that's hard to parse out who's great and who's awful. I mean, especially when you remember, I know, making the compare. No, I'm not going to make the comparison to Josh Allen because I think it's the second horseman of the quarterback sucks apocalypse. Man, Sweat got after this. Look at Sweat. Look at Sweat fly off this ball. But anyways, Jibby, I have been led to understand that Caleb's rookie season is nothing out of the ordinary for great careers. And obviously, if this is all it is, then that's not good enough. But it just means you got to sit back and wait. So, Jibby, certainly lately, if you're that dude, you show it right away. But you could argue that if you were a fan of a different team, you would have looked at the Jags game and you would have looked at the Rams, the Jags, and the Panthers games as showing it right away. But you're a Bears fan.
you're looking for the problem, and your first impression was a bad one. So you could be looking for unintentional confirmation bias. Over 3 weeks, Caleb was literally the most efficient quarterback in football against bad defenses. The whole team's got to prove it against better teams, but hard to be better than the best. We're just really focused. And seriously, like, I can't say this enough. They were bad defenses. Beating up the Rams, the Panthers, and the Jags only goes so far. Like, only goes so far. So, Jib, don't, and anybody else, don't hear me saying it's a done deal, you're wrong, gotcha, or something like that. It's more saying that because you're a Bears fan, you're focused on trying to find the part that gotcha, if that makes sense. And wait, Sir Lord, is there a gotcha here? Did Kyler not look like the dude in his rookie year? Because I remember Kyler coming on fairly late, but I literally can't remember. Like, let me see, what was Kyler Murray's statistics? Like, I don't have the tape in front of me, so I can't remember. Kyler Murray stats. As a rookie, he was it's a pretty good season. Like 37, 32 is pretty solid. Let's see. How did he start? Kyler popped off against Detroit and Baltimore immediately. That is a snot load of attempts. By golly. So what is his yards per, or what's his yards per attempt? Fine, very good, bad, good, great. There you go. It doesn't help anything that Jibby, at least when I watch the Bears are consistently underwhelming on offense. Like, maybe some of it's quarterback. I'm sure I know some of it's quarterback, but it is, Jibby, it is wild. Just being honest with you, this is the most honest I can be. It is wild continuing to watch the Bears change out quarterbacks, change out offensive coordinators, and you'd swear they keep netting the same result. And you're like, is it the jersey? Is it Soldier Field? Is it the McCaskey? Or like, is it the helmet? Is it the logo? Like, is it the cleats? Is it the equipment manager? Is it Hallis Hall? Is it the city? Like, you know what I'm saying? There's this point with the Bears where you're like, what am I doing? What's going on here? This doesn't make any sense. And I tend to think, I don't know. Like, I would tell you, I tend to think we're fine. The truth is that there's nothing I'm gonna do to, there's nothing I'm gonna do to make anybody feel super duper better, right? But I think it's gonna be fine. And so I think Caleb looks good. I think you talk to guys like Derek Klassen, Steven Ruiz, et cetera. They literally use the words like, okay, so does this help anybody? I had a conversation with Steven Ruiz, quarterback analyst at The Ringer. His words were, Caleb's doing such elite stuff right now that eventually the results are gonna follow, and nobody's gonna worry. I'm not worried at all. Quote Steven Ruiz. If you care about that, great. If you think that that's just one more person's opinion and who cares what that guy thinks, then happy for you. You can take it or leave it. But it's more to say that it's not just Bears fans that are talking themselves into a quarterback that nobody else necessarily is talking through. But also the Bears are an offensive mess, have been for a while. And I don't blame anybody for side-eyeing positive folks. And so, like you're kind of saying, Smile Bit. So, Smile Bit, one thing that gets me is if you look at a correlation, and Jibby or any doubters, you're all going to agree for what it's worth. If you look at all of Caleb's bad games, the worst is, or like, there's a Venn diagram, okay? What I'm about to draw, by the way, is not unique to Caleb Williams. It's not. The same applies to Jared Goff. The same applies to Jared Goff. The same applies to Geno Smith. The same applies to Josh Allen. The same applies to Jalen Hurts. The same applies to Kirk Cousins. Do you follow? It applies to damn near everybody, okay? If you look at a Venn diagram, that's a terrible drawing, Robert. You're unserious. Of Caleb's good games, I'm so untalented. I suck so bad. Venn diagram, 2 colors, dude. Let's go blue. What's in the good games that isn't in the bad games? Right? I think it's actually pretty easy. The bad games involve pressure. The good games involve no pressure. The bad games seem to average. This is a number I'm pulling out of my butt, but they seem to average almost 43% pressure in dropbacks. The good games seem to average about 15%, sometimes less. And so there's a point where I look at this and I'm trying to just parse this out and get a clean answer for me, to be honest. And I look and I say, well, some of that, Caleb can get a lot better. Some of this, if Caleb tightens up his read, maybe we don't deal with this pressure there or then. But also, Jib and others, there is an element of if you make the offensive line better, you have to think you're going to get a little more of this. Like, you do have to think that when your offensive line isn't getting wallpapered by seemingly anybody in football, and I mean really anybody, that the quarterback will probably play a little more like how he's played when he hasn't been pressured. But I don't know. Like, I couldn't tell you what, or because we don't know. We don't have enough variables. So there is seriously an element of you tell me. Right now, I'd say Darnell Wright's our best lineman, and he's playing at like a C+ rate. Like, I think C+ is actually a pretty hard grade to achieve for offensive tackles, but I also think that C+ for your best offensive lineman kind of sucks. A lot of people are going to point Tevin out to me. I do think Tevin's playing like a B when he's no. The first 5 games, Tevin did not look like a B. The first 5 or so games, Tevin was struggling. But let's see, Jib, you mentioned the problem I'm seeing is that teams are blitzing him because they know he doesn't handle pressure well. So Jibby, as far as I saw, and especially in the Jags and the Panthers games, the Bears had answers for the blitz. Caleb was comfortable against it. I know what you mean, but a game like this, it's not just blitzes at the very least. Guys are bringing extra pressure, and it's definitely rattling, but it doesn't help. I don't know. It's tough, man. Everybody always wants to make all this about the quarterback, and I don't think the quarterback is playing exceptional football. I think that's completely unfair, but I think he's playing pretty solid, normal rookie quarterback football in the sense that he's misaligned on a bunch of the tools that we still need to bring into balance, which is creating a bunch of mistakes, but he's trying to do a lot of the things that will work sustainably in the NFL long term. And I think that's good. Like, we are throwing with anticipation. We are assaulting the middle of the field. At least we have been before this game. So I'll take the other data points and aggregate them. We are getting out of money, or we are getting out of more clear sack situations than we are putting ourselves in. We are creating plays when we get the chance to do so. We are looking in the right spots according to most defenses. But we're also getting fooled. And we're also missing. And we're also rushing. And we're also dragging. And we're also still finding our natural tempo. All kinds of things that are pretty normal, if you ask me, for a rookie quarterback. But, I mean, Jibby, you're the one who, I think you said it yourself. Jaden's playing better. It's enough to make anybody antsy. Right? But so, I do think it's kind of funny, though, Jib.
Just to use an example. So this is not fair. What I'm about to do, strap in. It's not fair. Okay. The Bears had a quarterback that played really badly in his first game. Man, it's wild. Because, like, here I go, making a fool of myself. And that's fine. And I don't even know how to feel about some of these games, right? Hey, if he's Dak, Dak is good. Just saying. But so it's so weird looking at a game like this because I watched this game. Like, I watched this football game. And I remember when it was 10-22 and Drake May and the Patriots couldn't move the ball at all. And they had like 85 passing yards going into, or like midway through the third quarter. And then Drake May finishes with 276, which fat kudos to him. That's great in a game where they got categorically blown out. But it's sweet that he filled up the box score. And dude, like, I think Drake can play. I like Drake a lot. I think rookies struggle. But man, like, there are pieces of this where it's just crazy that it feels like almost everybody else is enjoying more statistical success than Caleb is in some senses. Man, that ball's perfect. That is a gorgeous ball from Jaden Daniels. I think Drake will be fine. I think Jaden's here for a good time, but maybe not a long time. I just don't think his frame's gonna hold up, man. Call me sizest all you want, but I would be worried. Super polished right now, and I'm really excited to see where Caleb goes with this. But there's a lot. Bears fans, I'll tell you guys what I'm not excited for already. If Matt Eberflus lives up to a lot of people's prognostications and loses like all six or five of the six, or all six or five of the six divisional games, boy howdy. So when I talk about Daniels here for a long time, not a good. I'm just talking about how I think Daniels' frame sets him up to get hurt as his career progresses. I think that there is a link between your weight and your general durability, depending on your frame, and I think it's just biokinesis, right? It's science, physics, etc., etc. And I think that some of the hits that Jaden takes, especially given he's such an avid scrambler, are nightmarish, and they would really bother me if I was a fan of his, or like if I was breaking down Commander's film. I'd be talking a lot about how I want Jaden to stop scrambling more than anybody in the NFL and stop taking some of the more or hits that remind me of a young Lamar Jackson and a young Deshaun Watson, of which you could look at both of those guys and say both of them were hell of a player for a hot little minute. But then you look at stuff like Deshaun Watson, which at least is a little related to injury. And I shrug my shoulders and I say, the stuff hurts long term. That's pretty. Clean pocket to work with. Starts to run. Oh no, this is incomplete, isn't it? Shame. Is anybody getting pressure? Bears are rushing three.
Oblivion. I think I was reading somewhere the other day that up until just recently, Jaden was on pace to break Michael Vick's single season scramble record. So I hear you, but the numbers seem to say otherwise. Dude, Tyreek, what are we doing? Like, are we scared? That looks scared. We can cover better than that, Stevenson. I mean, is he just playing hurt? That's like a route on air. Ooh, who hits the run stick? With the behind view. It's Dex. Look at that. Look at this. There we go. But barely paying attention to the defensive line. That's a great rep. Solid job by Tremaine Edmonds. And hey, look at this, baby. Austin Booker setting the edge? Austin Booker was free yards not very long ago. Look at this. Pop. To Jibby and anybody else, I'll be real. The expectation here is that Caleb's going to progress. I think. If he doesn't progress, separate problem. If Caleb stays pretty much exactly who he is now to the end of the season, you got a problem on your hands that is very different than the problems that the Bears have on their hands today, at the very least. I think the expectation is that he plays against the Packers, the Vikings, et cetera, and he does not have to throw for 350 yards a game, but that he looks better than he did against the Commanders. Right now, the schedule's easiness and at least the perceived easiness of the schedule. I mean, that's what's tough about the NFL. Whatever. The schedule's ease and the lack of results, not that they've been woeful, just that others have been better, are enough to make to give doubters a field day. They got plenty of ammo and they're using it. But overall, I'm just really interested to see how the season ends, man. Like, as we keep going, like this Cardinals game and the Patriots game, I get to go to the Patriots game. My dad just the other day was like, "You want to come? I'm going." I was like, "Yes." So if anybody's in Chicago or will be around it during the Patriots game, let me know. Like, I'll be in Chicago for the first time in years. So that'll be fun. But chances are that means that the Bears are going to lose it. So just go ahead and prepare yourself because by all means, I will probably destroy that. But so, dude, Jordan, what's going on? You are the Flores guy. Are they too hurt? What's going or is it just that the linebackers are struggling? Teddy, that's the only way to do it. Teddy, you got to get blasted and you got to become like the personification of an anti-Caleb bot. You just have to stand in the sidelines and read Chris Foster chats for 3 to 5 hours straight. Like you just have to say the same things. Honestly, Teddy, it'll be even better if you roll into the stadium with only 7 lines, okay? So you only have 7 individual things you can say in response to anything, and they're all extremely anti-Caleb. Like it's whatever it is, you have to have a very short list, and it's important you repeat each of them 3 to 7 times over the course of the football game. And it's the only thing. And then if you can, halfway through the game, you need to pretend like you're a different person. right? And then you need to agree with the guy who was here earlier, right? Hey, I heard there was some guy earlier. He was saying this. He was right. And anybody who hasn't seen that he was right, you're just a Caleb cultist. Like, that's that's how you got to do this thing, right? It's the only way to do it. Just blasted, complete with the misnomers. I think it'd be funny. You'd probably get fought. But so the it was something like that, Teddy. I remember that one. Jordan, let me see. Blake Cashman went out. They've struggled to have a good. Oh, Jordan. Okay, so what's been the deal with Dallas Turner? Like, I know I was worried about him clicking quickly, and I thought he was clicking okay. Is he hurt, or is he just poof? Where did he go? Also, what are your thoughts on the Cam Robinson trade? I think it's decidedly fine. Oh, fellas, girls, fellas, can we just say strap in? Okay? Hey, you ever been we got any gamers in the chat? You ever told yourself that hey, you're just going to get one more game in and then you're going to get off, right? And then you lose the game. And what do? You play again. And because you can't end on a loss, right? I say this because there is this part of me that is like, they lost on a Hail Mary. And I wonder if that's going to make Ryan Poles more likely to send a trade in what is quickly becoming one of the most fun trade deadlines that I've seen in my time covering the NFL. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what's coming. But like, I'm cackling to myself at the thought of Ryan Poles. Yeah, if we win this game, I'll probably look to upgrade the team. After all, we'll be 5-2. You lose the game. Well, now I'm in. Now we definitely need Mario. I have been playing. So, Black Myth Wukong is rad. Sparking Zero seems like it's really cool. Would you believe it if I have gotten sucked back into Dark and Darker? It's this early access Dungeons and Dragons looter shooter, or it's not a looter shooter, like a looter extraction piece of crap, life soul sucking game that I can't stop playing Barbarian, hitting the W key, and trying to just go axe somebody. Like the game rules. I think it's so fun. But it's so frustrating. Mario, generally, if you want to find my taste in gaming, find any game that can piss you off like nothing else. I generally play those. Valorant, yes. CS:GO, absolutely. Elden Ring, you better believe it. Any Souls game, absolutely. There is pretty much no game that is naturally masochistic. Oh, Mortal Kombat, hell yeah. Really, the only ones that I think about, or that I like don't get into, that are like masochist games is like Street Fighter specifically. Um, but so that's that's what sticks out to me. Stuff like that. The ones where I'm like, I'm gonna get bodied. Like, even those. Oh yeah, Mario. I've done tons of tours of duty on Valorant. I'm not proud of this, but I will say it anyways because I am nothing if not honest. I own like $150 of Valorant skins, dude. Valorant skins are some of the best skins I've ever seen. Like, they get me. I've got a sick one for every weapon that I love it. I play a mean Viper. I don't know if she's still in meta because Valorant's another one of those games that I just go back and forth on, where it's like I'll play it and then I'll stop, and then I'll play it and then I'll stop, and then I'll play it and then I'll stop. And my biggest problem, if I can just beat my chest a little bit,
is that I keep outranking all my friends. Um, and so then at that point, it's like, well, I can't play anymore. But anyways, oh yeah, Jordan, you better believe if you don't like playing a rookie that can't handle like standard, or if you don't like playing a rookie that missed all of camp, is a total project, and can't handle standard action, Jordan, then you don't like Bears football. Okay, that is one thing that I will say as we draw to a close on this stream, because we're getting close to, you know what, um the memes have never been more real, y'all. Like, that last game was a perfect encapsulation of everything that any Bears fan hates about being a Bears fan. Tell me I'm wrong. That game was the perfect encapsulation of why being a Bears fan has just sucked for probably 10 years at this point. Like, I get it, Teddy. I hear you, but utter offensive ineptitude. A game that, for some reason, is still close, almost like it's laughing at you. It's close enough. And and then out of nowhere, the Bears steal the game. I mean, tumultuous. They steal the game. And they've got it. They've wrapped it up. It's over. It's over, right? It's over. It couldn't possibly be more. And then it's over. and they lose. They and I'm with you, Slim. There's always something, right? Could have called timeout, Slim Jim. Could have called a lot of timeouts, actually. Could have called timeout at the end. I like this blitz look. Oh, they just stymie him, huh? I'm about this. Oh man, tumultuous. There are some horrible ones. Marion Barber going out of bounds, I will never forget. That game didn't mean anything, but it was one of those, why'd you do that? And then the absolute worst thing possible happens afterwards. Here we go, fam. 19 seconds. I thought the game was going to overtime here. Be honest with you. Like, I thought this pass was complete. And so then I start talking to my friend about, oh boy, it's going to go to overtime. And then we find out it's skipped. And I was like, okay, we're done. Okay, we're done. Wow. Good. Okay, 12 seconds left, 25 yards to go. Literally, how could we lose? Like, yes, I tempted fate. It was me. It was me, Barry. I'm the one who tempted fate. Because I said 12 seconds left, one timeout. And this is their big completion. 30-yard line. 9 seconds left. How could you blow this? 6 seconds left. I was like, this game is over. They give away this. Do you need me to rant? Didn't everybody already rant enough for you? This, in my opinion, is unacceptable. Just guard the sidelines with a deep safety. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Like, at that point, any tackle inbounds. Like, Flus said, well, yeah, but if we did that, they just would have gone for a Hail Mary. Flus, that's what we want. Like, I hope they throw it deep. Like, I hope they do. Because at this point, Slim Jim says, but why is it unacceptable? Wouldn't it be more important to make sure somebody doesn't get over the top of you? Dude, Slim, if you line up like I just drew out, nobody's going to. Like, at this, you're still lining dudes up way over here. This isn't either or. You're just playing less of them way over here. Like, for some reason, we have
one, two, three, four, five, six guys that apparently we're worried are all going to simultaneously get over the top of us in 6 seconds. The human arm can only get the ball to like here, and we're not scared of that. If they want to throw the Hail Mary to right there, tackle them. Stunning revelation, even. Tackle them. Like, I'm not trying to tell you that this game is easy, but I am trying to tell you that when Flus says his guys were in the right position, I don't believe him. You want to know why? Watch him. Does this look like the body language of somebody that wants all his guys sitting back deep? Hey, come on, come down. Hey, come down here. Come down here. You see that? Watch those hands. I would zoom if I could. Hey, hey, come down this way. Come down this way. Come down this way. And then Caleb has to go get his coach back. Yeah, Mario, right? That's too bad we didn't have any timeouts. I think Quentin, this is his. I think when he says this doesn't matter, this is his way of trying to eat a bullet for his team. Like call a timeout. Goodness gracious, 6 seconds left. You have 3 of them. Maybe I'm out of my mind. It's all easy in hindsight, right? But would have been great to do anything else. Instead, you make life really easy. Of course, Donald. It is worth remembering, Donald, that when you say Tony Romo literally points to the place where this is called and said it needed to be done, there's only so big a playbook for get all the way down the field at once. And Robert, he is. Like, so if you haven't seen the Stevenson stuff, I mean, Stevenson's really going for it. Like, Stevenson is in the all chat with 3 rounds to go, like, letting them know. Back to the play. But here's my problem, okay? Everybody hates on Stevenson. And I'm not about to tell you he's great, okay? I'm just saying, Stevenson has been here before. And I only say that because then Stevenson turns around, lollygags, he's in position. Like, I understand everybody for some reason wants him to man match with Noah Brown. And that's like not a thing. You're just going to have 3 guys sit in a 3 deep zone and some underneath ones. People get lost. Don't get me wrong. But also, when Stevenson ultimately gets to this point, count this: 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi before the ball is launched, y'all. Like, I get it. Tilting up the fans before you tempt the football gods, bad look. And he deserves it. But I am trying to point out that he gets to his spot, and I've heard a bunch of people say he should have been mirroring Noah Brown. If that's the case, then what's he doing? Because he has a long time. No. Bull crap, Matt Eberflus. This is 3 deep prevent. Everyone knows what it is. Like, everyone knows what it is. You call in 3 deep. You're letting the boys downfield sort it out. So Robert, I thought he was playing really well. This last game, he was quite bad. I will say, Jordan, you talk about how Stevenson causes the tip, and he does. It is a little wild to think about how Stevenson's the only one who gets his hand on it. I want to see it from the back view because I want to know like what would have happened to the ball otherwise. It would have gotten caught. Right? It would it have gone there? See if we get a better angle here. I'm getting to that, Jordan. Like, Stevenson's the only one who gets a hand on this ball. And obviously he tips it and it goes straight back, and that sucks. Like, no doubt. But also, yo, why are the 3 shortest defenders, 4 shortest defenders right here, and the 2 tallest defenders, sans Stevenson, both right here? What's going on? What are they doing? Why are we double covering the low guy? Why is the only other tall corner not standing in the back? Kevin Byard says he was supposed to be the jumper. Why is he the jumper? Why is your 30-year-old the jumper? Look at the size disadvantages. You can visually see them. You can see how short they look. Like, I get it. But literally, any minor angular difference, we're calling Stevenson an actual hero. Like, I am not trying to spin this. I'm just talking about it. Because Stevenson gets some hop on this. All dude's got to do is tip it sideways, bro. Tip it that way. I don't know what we're doing with our hand. Because at least he high points it. But, man, you know who would have been really useful? That guy. Need I remind you? Six 4, 34-inch arms with a solid jump. You think he could have been helpful in the in the jump off? I don't know. Maybe I'm asking too much. And that's the thing. Jalen manning up Terry McLaurin, yeah, that doesn't bug me. Like, no doubt. What a shame. What a bad break. And after all of this, that's what it took. Y'all, we got Jibby Guy in here calling Caleb Williams a generationally disappointing performance. We've got an offensive coordinator that called a game plan that basically had no merit whatsoever coming out of the bye. We've got a play call so bad that the football gods took the football straight out of Doug Kramer's hands and handed it directly to a Washington player. We have all of this. And it took a Hail Mary to lose in their house. Like, I get it. I know people are pissed. But the hottest team in football had to catch a miraculous break to beat the Bears on a day where I think we all agree the Bears were awful. Like, It's no, I catch you, Jordan. I, I we'll see, man. This is still the Bears fake it till you make it era. We'll see if they ever make it. What I'm trying to say, guys, is I don't think the Commanders played amazingly well. Like, I am under no impression that that was the best punch that the Commanders could have possibly thrown. But the Bears played a horrible game on the road. Traditionally hard to do, or traditionally a hard place to win. And they still needed to give this up to win or to lose. And that's the thing, that guy, there is really no spinning it. Like, I'm not even trying to spin it into a mega positive. I'm trying to say, if things turn around, we might look back at this game and say, well, even on their worst day, they nearly beat the Commanders. But you got to capitalize on your opportunities to steal. Slim Jim, you mentioned, do I think it was bad effort or bad coaching? I'm going to be blunt with you, Slim. The answer is yes. And I'm saying it's both. Like, I think that there's some poor effort at the end of the game. Like, the DBs, whether they all ran backwards or not, guys, stay locked in. Like, okay, Slim Jim, I think that this take is rarely fair, but it applies here. And Bears fans, I think you're going to agree. This looked to me like this play, these two plays, both of these two plays, right here, starting with this one, looked to me like a team that thinks they're winners rather than a team that is winners. Does that make sense? Like, this is probably hitting the hammer too hard. So this might be one of the hotter takes that I think you've ever heard from me. Maybe. But, like, to me, this effort looks like the people that think they're cool, the people that think they're good, the people that think they want it, the people that think they know what being a winner is all about. Because this is not good enough. And Tyreek's telling you without telling you, isn't he? Tyreek's telling you, if not telling you outright, that's barely telling you without telling you. Like, he's probably telling you what all of the rest of the players are thinking inside of their head, that this game is over, that this play doesn't matter. Why are you guys bothering? It doesn't mean anything. And the Bears immediately lose. They showed 6 football seconds. 6 football seconds of immaturity. And in the NFL, that's all you need to get punished. And I think that reflects on the coach. I'll be honest. Like, I think that reflects on the coach. But it also reflects on the players. 6 age, I don't know about that. I think the Commanders pretty much beat the Bears on their worst day, and they needed a Hail Mary to do it. You can beat your chest. It was not a good game. Like, that is not a hang your hatter for Washington. That one's lucky, whether you like it or not. But exactly, Robert. You got to respect the game. But I'm going to be honest, guys. I will tell you this. I think that respect the game shit, sorry. You know what? I'll just say the point with it anyways. I think that respect the game shit, you should have learned that in 2023. Right? Why'd you need to learn that in 24? Why did you need to learn that? Why couldn't you learn that in 22? Let's say that you count the 22 year as a true tank year. Let's say, which not everybody cares. Why do you need to go midway through your 3rd year? Apparently, without having learned to respect the game. Like, hey, Six Sage, if you think that Hail Marys are replicable, be my guest, man. But I think that's a heck of a take. Like, and that's the thing, that guy. I agree with you. You mentioned that the 4th quarter mishaps being a thing. Like, dude, apparently that's just comes with the Flus territory. which is a problem, and I do not like it. But y'all, we got a long road. Like, that's the thing, Robert. I'll close with this, okay? Wait, Sir Lord, what worst record in the league? Do you mean the worst record in the division? Or do you mean 2022? No, I gotcha. I gotcha. Anyways, I'll close with this, fam. When the Bears win a couple games, people start talking about how they're going to win 12 games, that we actually weren't high enough. Then the Bears generally lose like one game, and people go, hey, 6H, it was a sick game. Like, don't hear any salt from me. Like, I think the Bears played. I am a Bears expert, and the Bears played an awful football game. But I thought that what the Commanders did was inspired all game long. I think you guys should have blown us out, to be honest with you. Like, catch a couple of those balls that were tight, and it's a 2-score win, and half this conversation doesn't happen. But it was like, I think the Commanders were far and away the better team. Good luck to you guys going forward. It was fun. But so, anyways, back to this. I think people get too sideways most of the time. And like you're saying, Sir Lord, you predicted 6-11. I think there is a very good chance they will be 5-4 or better after the next 2 games, Sir Lord. And so I tend to think we're tracking right now. Here's what I see, guys. Vegas's win total was 8.5 to start the season. And I think that win total is really apt right now. Like, when I look at that win total, I see anywhere from 7-10 to 10-7 with an average of 8.5. And that feels very right to me. But the story's not written yet. All of the Jordans, all of the Jordans in the world could be in for a surprise because the games are played for a reason. If the Bears come out and pull a couple teams or like a couple big games out of their self, but or like a couple big games out in the division, but also the Bears could fall flat on their face. They've done it before, and so I by no means want to pretend like that's not an option, right? But so let's see. Yes, Sir Lord, that's been really fun, isn't it? I'm being completely serious. Like, the coach took a game that I feel like nobody deserved, and then the quarterback, I think, sealed a game that I've seen the Bears lose in the past. Um, could argue he sealed 2 games that I've seen the Bears lose in the past, but I think between the Jags and the Rams, Caleb gets all of credit for, not all, but Caleb gets some serious credit for one of them, and you get to pick which one. But I've seen a lot of Bears teams not close those games out, and the Bears stomped the game out before it ever got nasty. But so, anyways, this is going to be a fun season. I still think it is. Even in a game where the Bears played horrible, they somehow had a chance to win at the end. And so I look at this and I think to myself, yeah, that guy, right? I'm going to tell you that guy and everybody else in the chat. I'm going to tell you what you already know. You haven't even felt an emotion yet compared to what you're going to feel in 2 weeks. You can dread it. You can run from it. You can try to not feel anything. But I know in your bones, if the 5-4 and or 6-3 Chicago Bears, like if they win one of these next 2 games, let alone 2, host the Green Bay Packers, you're going to go all the way back in. Like, hey, thank you, Slim Jim. I'm glad you did. Like, it is wild to think of this, but the Bears have 2 two more. I mean, Jordan, I know it sounds fake, but seriously, the Bears have two more games left in what is effectively their preseason. Like, I can't believe it because it feels really wrong, right, Jordan? But the Bears have two more games to prime themselves, and then the season starts. And then anything can happen. It's football. That's the magic of it. Like, it's it's been really fun, Eric. I got to be honest. It's been great. Like, this season's ruled. It's been up and down. They lost a Colts game they shouldn't have. They lost on a Hail Mary. And yet, the story of the season has not felt near as it's over. There's no coming back as it was last year and certainly the year before that. So, make sure you have a little fun with it. Like, don't let yourself get ruined. Um, and that guy, I think you mean it, but if you're at all like me, you'll somehow find a way to get excited all the same. But I gotta go to bed. I stayed up an hour later than I intended to. Thank you guys so much. I'll catch you soon. Have a good one. Sleep well. Bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me.